there's a lot of talk going on about the people mocking the man deaf, and I know it lacks class. So why are we putting attention and shedding the light on that? I think it's for racial division. Yeah, and I think that these people have fake love for Charlie Kirk because they're using his death to promote division and to attack free speech while saying that he stood for free speech. So I think it's disgusting. I think what Candace Owens doing is disgusting with her fake crying and all of that. And I just think it's not a good look for black people to um be sympathetic toward an enemy of theirs. Like there's real some needs to be said about the fact that just because a person die in a bad way, because I don't wish that on him, talking Charlie Kirk, that don't mean we gotta lie about what kind of person they was. And that's my whole thing. Like, okay, But I ain't gonna lie, man, it's really about y'all today. So people can call in and I will be asking the callers like, what do y'all stand on the people mocking him? Just the whole situation here. Who's more evil? It's a self-redundant question. Like we know the answer. The man that did the shooting is more evil than the person mocking the death of the person that was shot. But America making it like mocking the death is more evil than, the people that caused it. But Rod S., how you doing, man?
What up, Sanchez?
You the first caller, man. What says you?
Well, I've heard somebody say once before that our government is a reflection of our mentality. Our government is a reflection of us. So if they're evil, then we are evil. And I don't know why we won't accept it. We just had Megan Thee Stallion twerking for Kamala Harris. So if things can get like that, then okay, we evil. We in the belly of the beast. I don't know why everybody's so shocked that everybody's so evil nowadays.
What I'm shocked on is how a man who died. Here's my point. People may not like what I'm gonna say, but I think the best way you can honor Charlie Kirk is to mock his death. Now, hear out why I'm saying that. It may sound stupid, but listen to me. Charlie Kirk stood for free speech. He said out of his mouth, a person should be able to say what they want to say, no matter how radical it is, because this is America. If we live in an America now, well, they think that even anything we are saying is so radical that we have to become like China and start censoring people's free speech, then I think even Charlie wouldn't like that. And if they say otherwise, then they lying about the kind of person they say he was as far as free speech go. So the most revolutionary thing that a person can do to fight for free speech right now is say the most taboo thing that they censoring you for. Because people are trying to make it okay for the corporations to be anti-American. You see, so they saying, well, look, a company can fire you for what you doing in your house in private or on your social media. Why they stalking me? Again, we're in China, and just like the Chinese government stalks its citizens and spy on them to see who good boys and bad boys, and just like China stalks its people, and if you say something that they don't like, you lose your job, your livelihood, your credentials. That's what happens in China. That's what we see happening in America right now with Charlie Kirk. So are we willing to turn America to China for this man? Because I know this may sound crazy to you Charlie Kirk fans, but you gotta respect what I'm about to say. America can't have more love for Charlie Kirk than it has for our constitutional rights. The America I live in, you can mock people to death and it's okay. We ain't in China, ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Ain't should be no repercussions at all because why? Free speech mean you ain't gotta pay for it. You can say what you want and ain't no repercussions. Otherwise, your lie is false advertisement. America is a false advertisement because we claim to the world this is the land of the free. We ain't like these communist countries. And you can say what you want over here and have your voice heard with no repercussions. But what are we turning into? False advertisement. Hey, salutes to the brother Nasir, man. Much love. Thank you for joining. Much respect.
Peace. How you doing, brother? Much respect to you.
I'm doing good.
You know, Charlie Kirk, he mocked everyone who, every one of our people who died, said they were crackheads, they deserved to die. So if somebody mocked him in a country that's supposed to have free speech, there shouldn't be no punishment for mocking him. And if Charlie Kirk was here right now, he'll be basking in the attention that he's receiving. If he was here.
That's true.
He will love the attention that he's getting now. And to honor him, everybody should just say to hell with Charlie Kirk, because that's what he would say if it was you. That was you could be a 100% innocent. He'll say that you were guilty, and the police or whoever killed you had a right to do it. That's what he would say. And freedom of speech gives him the right to say it without any repercussions. So it shouldn't be any different if I said, fuck him. Shouldn't be any different.
It shouldn't.
If I said that about him.
It shouldn't.
I wouldn't mock his death, but I don't give a damn about him.
Right.
Because I know for a fact that he don't give a damn about me.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
I agree with what you said earlier. It should be massive because he talked about God-given rights. That's what he talked about. This is a man who mocked rape. He mocked that. If you go back and listen to some of the things that he said, he mocked that.
Mm-hmm. Now,
so if we're going to exercise freedom of speech, we have the right to say to hell with him.
That's right. Now, Blair, I know that you like Charlie Kirk, and I ain't gonna give you a hard time, but I will ask you, man. Welcome back, Blair. Can you understand what me and the brother Nasir breaking down here, starting this thing off?
Yeah, I do understand, and I want to get some clarity on what you guys think free speech is according to the Constitution, just for that, because you can have free speech, but like private corporations can like fire you for what you say if it's detrimental to their corporation.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
And so when we say in America that our government has sold us out to the corporations, that means that the corporations got more power in America than the government, because the government said we can say what we want, but your corporate private employer says otherwise. So when so the whole thing that as Americans, we need to be asking the government, how are the corporations able to do business on American land while be anti-American and anti-constitutional? That's a problem.
They would never intervene in our affairs, brother Sanchez, because the corporate entity, listen to me. You'll get what I'm saying if you listen to what I'm saying. The corporate entity are lobbyists, and they put these politicians in their seats. So they'll never intervene in our affairs to protect us from corporations, because the corporations put them there. and they are subservient to the corporation.
In the form of lobbying, yes, a lot of politicians, most of them, maybe all of them, are subservient to the lobbyists that fund their campaigns and their current
Exactly.
administration and all that stuff.
Exactly.
But again, though, never has the government, and we shouldn't want the government to interfere in any private affair.
Well, check this out, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to protect the people from the corporations. That's what I'm talking about. To protect the people from the corporations. Because no corporation should be able to violate the rights of the people.
Right.
Nothing should supersede our constitutional rights.
Right.
Your constitutional rights, right? Like, I think you're blending them with like corporate like policies.
No, we understand. We know. Hold up, Blair. I think this is what's going on. Blair, this is what's going on. Blair, we know the rules at the workplace. Like, we know how to. We get that. We're saying it's wrong and it's anti-constitutional and it should be challenged.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It should be challenged because you can't have labor laws. You know what I'm saying? You got labor laws that certain things that a corporation can't do. Well, why we don't have labor laws against these type of things? I can understand you can't incite violence and all that. I understand that. Nobody should be able to incite violence. But because if someone, we should have laws against retaliatory practices in corporations. That's what we should have laws against.
Because that's what this is a form of. Because let me share something with you, Blair. Corporations are saying, you're representing us, and we don't want you to share certain ideologies or speak on certain things. When you join in a company to be an employee, you're not joining a cult where we all agree on the same thing. I'm just here to stock shelves. So what corporations are doing, they're saying we are equal opportunity employers and we will hire you no matter your sexuality, your religion, or none of that. But then they will fire you because of your political viewpoints. Or you can get fired because you may not honor a person that died, or you may do honor a person that died. In other words, they're stepping over their boundaries. If they want to do that, then they can't also say that they are an equal opportunity employer. That's false advertising, because my opportunity to be employed by you is not equal if I have certain ideologies.
So I will meet you there, because if I say something at the job and I already know the company's policies,
that's different.
That's different.
You know what's up.
People are being fired for saying it off the job.
Right.
Now, you shouldn't go on the job with that.
And I think that's something that's always kind of existed in America when it comes to like, oh, you did something outside of work or you did something outside of school, and the public found out about it, so we're gonna get rid of you. Yeah, that's a fucking problem. I don't agree with that at all. Excuse my language.
Now there are some jobs under contract where you signed up to like, if you're an NBA player, even when you off the court, you got to do what they tell you to do because you famous, you represent the NBA everywhere. But they find regular people, regular job. These people ain't under no contract work. They're just it's like, see, the thing about the NBA and all that, they can really say like, hey, we're not really an equal opportunity employer. We can discriminate but they got more leverage and power to do that than like the people who we see getting fired in the media and stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, Sanchez, I'll come back through when I get to my studio, brother. I'm on my way home.
Okay, for sure. We looking forward to appreciate that, man. Hell
yeah. Marco,
shout out to the brother Nasir for sure. We finna get it in. Y'all hit the like and share button, man, and I'm gonna drop the link too, man. We gotta talk about this stuff. Yeah, go ahead, Blair.
I think this is I'm glad you pointed this out in this context, because this is actually a big issue, because Senator Marco Rubio actually just introduced a bill that could get you in trouble, like jail time and all this stuff, like American citizens for speaking out against for having anti-Semitism and shit like that, right? So that's a problem. Like so I could be talking in the middle of the street, running my mouth, yelling about juice this, juice that, all that, and then I could get in trouble for that. I should not be able to get in trouble. That's what the Constitution should protect me for.
Yeah, the Constitution protects you as an American citizen for free speech, and it ain't telling you what you can or can't say. It's just telling you whatever you say, you protected. You didn't do nothing wrong, even if it's mocking a person death. Right? Now listen, when you're on a job, you're not necessarily acting as some free citizen. You're acting as a serviceman or a contractor or an employee. It's like this, right? If you at work on the clock, you got to do what you told for the time that you on the clock. When you off them people clock, they uniform off, you're not representing the company at that point. You represent yourself. But what the corporations are doing, they trying to parent their damn employees even when they off work and be parenting you and surveilling your personal life, right? With the lie by saying you represent the company. No, you ain't. If someone acting ratchet out there, they ain't represent Walmart when they off work. They represent their own ratchet stuff because we know they ain't doing that at work or they'll be fired.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I like, as far as addressing the title, I mean, of course, the shooter is evil. He killed somebody. The people that are mocking his death, they're coming from their own perspective and their own set of information about Charlie Kirk. So what they know, that's just what they doing. If they knew that if they knew or saw him as I or other people did, maybe they wouldn't mock it. But like, I ain't gonna be a hypocrite and act like I ain't never been happy that I heard that somebody died before. You know, if I heard, B
That's damn.
Gates died, I'd be happy as hell if I heard Bill Gates, had a heart attack. So I understand what if people feel a certain way about somebody, they gonna feel a certain way about somebody and be like, "Well, fuck that nigga." You know what I'm saying? Excuse my language again, bro.
Yeah, but no.
So
no,
yeah,
it's just real talk.
I see it. I do see it. You know what I'm saying? I see like. They can mock him all he want. Do all you want. It's your freedom of speech. So you right, bro. You right.
So when it comes to I ain't gonna lie, man. You can go on social media and mock this man death, and your videos gotta stay up. Free speech, right? People ain't getting blocked on social media yet for mocking the man death. But that's crazy when they censoring in real life before it's being censored online. It normally happen the other way around. But salutes to you, Brian. What's good? Welcome to the bill. Salutes, Retton. What's good? Welcome back. How you doing, man?
Peace, man. Salute to the panel, man. I see what you're doing, Sanchez, man. You're doing the right thing, man. You sticking to it. Stay on them. Stay on
For
it.
sure.
They don't want to talk about it. Stay on it.
Hell yeah.
You, brother.
Your piece, Sanchez. My bad. I had a little technical difficulty, but I just want to jump in real quick, just based off of the title, the subject, and everything. I don't think necessarily one person is more evil, than the other. I think it's kind of like a balance thing. But like Blair, I believe, said, people coming from their own perspectives on how they saw, the man. So, you got to kind of understand where people are coming from. You can't make somebody feel a different way. You can only educate them and, hope, that they see, what's really going on.
And hope that they see, why people would mock a person so evil, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, yeah, it definitely takes understanding from both sides, not saying, either person is wrong or right in their beliefs because they have different perspectives. But, yeah, definitely understand it for sure.
Because that man was such a spirit of division from the pits of Gehenna. What's up, Wisdom Thought? How you doing?
Yo, peace, bro. You know what's crazy? I'm over here thinking about Trayvon Martin, bro. You know how many people mocked that young man death, and we sitting here
Oh
playing it.
yeah, with
Come
Skittles
on,
and all that.
bro. If you type in Trayvon Martin name right now on Google, Trayvon Martin meme, you're gonna see a YT girl with blackface and a watermelon in her hand, bro.
So you know, it's kind of messed up. You know that is that one sided like that. It's supposed to be a land of free speech. That's why I think this worth pointing out. Um, yeah, Troopy, they can impede on our constitutional rights through the private corporations. They can literally have a private government in charge while the real government just sit back and allow the corporations to rule, which that's what you saw what the medical mafia did during during the pandemic, right? They used the citizens as guinea pigs. Y'all don't think we turning into a third world country? And while they gonna be treating us like third world country citizens, we gonna be too busy tearing each other throats out and being divided with the propaganda. And they're using white people on the right to activate this thing. Cause that's why they made Charlie Kirk be the sacrifice. And these white folks ain't playing. I just showed y'all a video. They beating folks up, man. They literally beating you up, dude, in the street like we in Jim Crow. Y'all ain't see the video? I'll replay it.
What that girl got locked up for? That was saying, yeah, he got shot in his neck.
Now listen, they saying that girl smacked somebody. I ain't see no video of her getting physical, but I want to see it. Nobody won't give me the link. All the videos I see, she was just taunting people. What I wouldn't even say taunt them. She just using her freedom of speech. Yeah, to piss you off, but it's her freedom of speech. And yeah, they did expel her from college and arrest her. She better get up out of Texas. I ain't gonna lie. Now that they've targeted her and her name is out there, she's gonna get blackballed everywhere she go in the state of Texas. She gonna have to start over in a black city somewhere now that she's done that. Yeah, now that she's done that.
That's what I don't understand. You know, like you said, the free speech part. You know, you're supposed to be able to have free speech whether you like what they're saying or not. But then when it's something that they don't like, all of a sudden violence has to stop and there's no place for violence. Well, what about all the other people that was, killed, that y'all made fun of? They still making fun of George Floyd, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, oh, all that swept under the rug. But since he died, all of a sudden he's a martyr and he loved Jesus and all this stuff.
So the
And when
shooter ain't
George
evil.
Floyd died, even though he died in an innocent, messed up way, well, he was a drug addict and a thief and all that. Just come on, yeah, you're right. That's facts. I'm gonna fall back. You can go ahead, whoever that was.
I said so the shooter ain't evil, but the girl that was saying that she evil. She considered evil, but the dude who shot Kirk in the face, I ain't heard him. I heard him say nothing evil about him. They ain't said nothing bad about him yet.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Just a side note, I don't think people really believe in the current narrative of the shooter and all that stuff. But that's just in my ethos and my social media algorithm. I don't think people are believing that this clear cut story of how they found how this dad turned him in, and everything is just too laid out. But that's just my opinion.
You talking about the video? They talking about the ring switch on his finger and how they keep showing the videos of him?
No, not the conspiracy, whether this was like an AI shooting or something like that. I'm talking about the FBI narrative is like, oh, his dad, a day later, the son confessed to his dad, then the dad turned him in, and then this is a right-wing family, but the son was a left-wing guy with a tranny, boyfriend. It's like too laid out. That's later to be, debated about. But
So check this out real quick, guys. Let me share some with y'all with the panel real quick. Let me see. Here we go. All right, wait for it. Hold on, did I already open it? Okay, yeah, I got you. Here we go.
On this with Mark Thiessen, Fox News contributor and a former speechwriter to George W. Bush. So, I mean, people from all walks of life losing their jobs because of these vile posts on social media. I mean, clearly celebrating violence reflects some sort of sickness in America.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is that just being reflected on social media, or is it being driven by social media?
It's probably a little bit of both. I mean, I think back to the October 7 terrorist attacks, and many of us, I think you.
But you know, I don't understand how it go from Charlie Kirk being assassinated to now the big narrative is cracking down on censoring certain stuff on social media. Let's start shutting people up. So you think people talking got Charlie Kirk killed? If that's the case, you should investigate what the family was talking with at the dinner table, because that's what led up to it. My whole thing is, instead of dealing with this common profile, which fits the description of these mass shooters, young white males who are patriots, and they're in a fucking radical. I call it a MAGA maniac. Like, and you ain't gotta be part of Trump shit. You know, it's the whole idea that you got to do something about America. Like, this is the kind. See, it's easy to identify black violence. They don't say, let's crack down on hip hop music, because all of these shootings that's happening in the hood, listen to the gangster rap, listen to the drill rap. Do y'all think that what these gang members saying on a song got something to do with the shootouts we see in the street when they smoking on the unpacks and dissing the dead? They don't do all that with us, y'all. So you say people got freedom of speech. So if niggas get shot up in the hood, we don't care if it's because the music, these musicians got freedom of speech. Listen, my whole thing is, when it come to black people, they want to police our mouth. Shut up talking, black people, because y'all got Charlie Kirk killed with how y'all are being so pro-black online and voicing your opinion. Versus, hey, it was a young white man that did it. Now, what is affecting y'all more? What we saying or what the young white men are doing in y'all culture? Because these young white shooters are out of control. You know how many shootings we had in Vegas in the past 5 years? All young white men. The Columbine shit. Listen, while we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now, you know how many mass shootings they ain't talking about? It's been like 2 of them. White men. One of the dudes was in the Navy. So Charlie Kirk died trying to avoid the conversation of white violence and mass shootings. And he was taken out by a white man. And yet in the wake of his death, y'all are still avoiding that conversation, ignoring it, and trying to address everyone else but yourself. I think white supremacy is deteriorating to a point where it's actually becoming self-destructive to its own kind. Because if this shit is real and niggas is shooting at Trump at rallies and sniping you white guys at your rallies, and you more focus on what niggas saying online, then you stupid as hell. It gotta be fake. Make me think the man ain't dead and y'all just want to attack the First Amendment. But I'll let the panel speak to the matter. We'll play the video.
I was shocked at the level of anti-Semitism that came out. It was like we had lifted up a rock and all these anti-Semites came scurrying out, exposing themselves, celebrating the death on October 7th, celebrating the Hamas attack.
They talking more about the people that celebrate deaths than the people that carry the deaths out. They don't want to talk about the white man being the face of violence, even if one of their own is a victim to it. You still got to talk about everyone else. This is crazy. One of y'all men got shot by one of y'all men, so let's stop everyone online from saying what they want to say. Let's turn into China, take away free speech.
Calling for the death of the destruction of Israel. And it's like, where did all these anti-Semites come from? And I think it's a very similar phenomenon that's happening here, which is that after Charlie Kirk's assassination, a lot of these horrible people have come out of the woodwork and exposed themselves as...
Like Charlie Kirk was a horrible person. Let's keep that in mind. I have no problem with horrible people mocking the deaths of horrible people. I just don't.
As truly,
like we said, when gang members shoot each other, don't nobody care. Because in white America's eyes, those are horrible people killing horrible people. You know why white America don't care when drill rappers are dissing the dead and mocking the dead? Because in their eyes, it's just horrible people killing and dissing horrible people. And you can't tell a person who they think is horrible or not. You can't, that's their right. Everyone not gonna like everybody. Some of the people you think ain't horrible, some people gonna think they're horrible people. So this is crazy how they want to censor everyone for this demon that died.
Hating conservatives. It's not that they disagree. One of my kids, you know, the interesting thing about Charlie, he had such an influence with the young people. This was a news event where my kids told me about it before I learned about it. And one of my kids said to me, you know, they want us dead. I think there's a lot of young people who are looking at, and
but think about it. Who is the they? If white men keep shooting at y'all, who is the they? They're trying to make it like the they is black people. They trying to make it like the they is just regular Americans using their freedom of speech. But let's look at exactly who keeps shooting at you MAGA maniacs. Who shot at Trump? White guy. Who killed Charlie? White guy. JFK? White guy. Martin Luther King? White guy. So instead of them dealing with the face of the modern terrorists in America who are assassinating people, this is beyond a drive-by shooting that a gang is committing. We talking about an act of terrorism on free speech in America, to where these terrorists are trying to bully people from speaking in public, which is the most American thing you can do. You know how American it is to just walk outside and have your voice, lift your voice on a corner in public. That's a right we take for granted, man. Well, the Hebrew Israelites don't take it for granted. They use the hell out of that right.
they see it's probably even worse than the polls, because they're experiencing this on TikTok and other social media.
So there are, Greta, some celebrities who are doing this. But for the most part, these are people who nobody knows who they are, and yet they decide to sit in their car and share their most intimate thoughts on TikTok, as vile as those thoughts are. What's driving that? Is it the addiction of social media? Is it some pathological narcissistic desire to be noticed? What is it?
Yes, I think you've nailed it.
I just don't like the color of these guys. It's red, but it's kind of like a makeup pig like red, like a pig skin type red. And I'm not picking on white people. I'm just saying these dudes look like AI robots or something. I ain't capping.
Nailed it on the
head. They don't look like normal, white people. They look like maybe it's some powder or makeup or some shit. Maybe, I don't know.
And like I was saying before, I think these people on the news, they know what they're doing. But again, they're coming from the perspective that everybody thinks of Charlie Kirk the way they do. And so they are villainizing people who don't think of that man the same way. I don't give a damn
what they doing. They gonna get this smoke.
Give them the work, man.
And what I found fascinating was the first day after Charlie's death, you saw all these people posting these messages, and then the next day they went out and posted these videos complaining about getting fired. It's like, what do you look? The First Amendment.
What do you expect?
What do you expect to happen? I mean,
you're glorifying violence.
Imagine if we didn't see this on the right, but imagine if after the George Floyd killing, people had gone on and said George Floyd was a POS and like that. I'm glad
they fucking did. Are you kidding me?
They did.
Are you kidding me?
Man. They gotta be, man. See, this is what I'm talking about. They disingenuous as hell. They trying to like rewrite history, like we don't have ears and we didn't see all this.
George Floyd, but that little boy that got shot.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. what's the man? Tamir Rice.
Tamar Rice.
Oh, Tamar.
Yep. They blame him
And-
for
and-
being a kid.
And
Doing
don't
what
forget,
kids do.
right, facts, Brian. And don't forget when they choked out Eric Garner, they wore the "I Can Breathe" shirts. They wore them shirts saying "I can breathe" because he was saying "I can't." So several mockings, man. Like, come on, you know what I'm saying?
Glad he's dead. I hope all black people get killed. I think we need more death of black people in this country. Do you think?
Why we even talking about black people? Because black people didn't kill Charlie Kirk. So that's what I'm saying on how everyone want to shift the energy toward let's do something about black people for mocking the man death when white people was mocking his death too. You see, this is crazy because why be mad at a person that's celebrating the man death and not the man that caused it? Like, they will not deal with the white violence problem. Even then, they gonna find a way to use that to shift back to black people. That's crazy.
Think anybody would have employed them ever again?
No.
You go out and you celebrate an assassination, you're going to get fired.
So
But that means we're no longer in America anymore. I mean, he's saying it like we don't know what's gonna happen. No one should even know that I'm celebrating. How my employer on my Facebook wall into my political ideologies? So my employer get to tell me who death I can celebrate and can't celebrate now with my free speech. It's gonna cost me now. And everybody cool with that, but we saying we're Americans and we're patriots when that's the most anti-American thing you can stand for.
And you should.
It's interesting that social media is becoming much more callous. People used to hide behind the anonymity of screen names to say they're vile and hateful things. Now they take their phone and they do.
But see, now it's all about what people saying online versus what people doing in real life, which is shooting at Donald Trump, shooting at Charlie Kirk, and this is white men that's doing it. So let's talk about what black people are doing, which is just sitting back spectating, laughing at white people assassinate each other. So now let's turn our rage on the spectators that's watching men that look like us shoot at men that look like us. Bro, this is the craziest time to be black in America.
Do a selfie video about it. They post it under their own name.
Yeah.
It's like they don't care.
Who cares about social media when a nigga just got assassinated in real life, bro? Bro, this is such ridiculous shit. It looks fake as hell. Because if I was a white man and I know that I speak in public every day, I know that.
Excuse me, man. What you doing?
If I'm a white man and I speak in public every day, I'm scared of these young white assassins who don't know how to disagree. If they will assassinate a white man, you know they would assassinate a black man like Martin Luther King. So my whole thing is this right here. They don't care about American public safety because even as men that may have to speak in public one day, they still want to kick the can and act like a threat to their life is what people bickering about online. If I had to speak at a rally in Utah, I wouldn't be worrying about what the hell black people posting on Twitter. I'm worrying about the young white boy with the trench coat on, and he fucking got these radical ass ideologies, but they don't want to deal with that profile, y'all, when that's their biggest threat. Charlie Kirk proved that.
My brother Sanchez, what these people, especially on this, on Fox News, we gotta understand what a fox is. They're sly and sneaky, and they're using deceptive intelligence, making Charlie Kirk's evil fair seeming while accusing us of being evil. But nobody's really mocking the death. They're just saying they don't give a damn about him dying. That's not mockery.
Right.
Mockery would be making fun of it and doing like they do, like when people putting their, doing memes with their knee on somebody's neck. That's the mock. Nobody's mocking the man's death. They're just saying they don't give a damn.
Yep, and that's how they do it.
And if they is mocking his death, they got the right to do it. My bad, Brian. I cut you off and let you get. I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna tell you why that's important for me that they had a right to mock people deaf. Because when I joined the military, that was when a person joined the military, they got a possibility they can die in combat. They're dying for free speech. You telling me all these veterans' death is for bullshit so they can still turn America to a third world country? So go ahead, Brian. That shit ain't that like, come on, bro.
Good point, Sanchez.
No, I was just adding on to what the brother was saying. It's like they know what they doing, and if you really look at it, they the ones doing the evil acts because they putting out false information and making it seem real when it's not. And like I said, we can look at this stuff and know that they lying.
Yeah, now that's facts.
They don't care nothing about lying in our face. It's like literally lying in our face. They don't care nothing about what the truth is. They want us to feel that to share that sentiment about a man that we could actually go to footage and hear and see him saying these things about us. But they want us to share their sentiment about him.
Hey, salute everybody. How y'all doing?
Salute, brother.
Peace.
Oh yeah, put my 2 cents in. Man, it's very dangerous. They sitting up here talking with a double tongue. And the whole thing is they see they done lost control, of everybody. They done lost control. They have no control. They'll do anything, man, to try to just throw a curve at us, man. It's terrible how hateful it is. And you got people that look like them that don't even think like that. It's just cringe, man. It's just messed up how they do stuff like that.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell y'all some shit too real. This ought to hit home, right? Mm-hmm. People keep saying, well, Sanchez, I mean, these are private corporations. They don't gotta go by the Constitution. Let me show y'all why y'all part of the problem, right? Y'all are saying that like that's okay. When this is how the privatized government is introducing itself with the corporate takeover. For example, right? In third world countries, they can force medicines on you. They can just force medicines in your arm, dude. Just now watch this. In America, they say we ain't a third world country, but you know how many people got the jab to keep their job? Jab for job. People are like, man, I got it because, I got to feed my family. So in America, they enforcing this private government corporate takeover and people ain't calling it out. So your government can't force shit on you in America because of the Constitution, but they're getting around it through the private corporations. But what they ain't telling you is that the private corporations got to abide by the constitutions too. We need to put that in law in America too. Should nobody be outside of the Constitution doing business on our land? That don't even make no sense.
That's real facts, bro.
Doesn't that kind of cross into?
I don't, I dislike the coon ass nigga just as much as I dislike the cracker. I really dislike the coon. I don't expect nothing from the cracker, but the coon, they are serving to our detriment, and we need to rid ourselves of them. I can't stand a damn coon ass nigga that's an apologist and a panderer to a goddamn evil ass white supremacist. I can't stand them.
You got to remember, they break you down and make you want to obey the superior. You be inferior to somebody. What it was, the Willie Lynch or Nate Salisbury, how to break a slave or turn make somebody be a slave or something like that.
Willie Lynch, but that's I don't understand why we would even capitulate to something like that today. Today, that shouldn't even be effective, but it is very effective. If we see the behavior that's displayed among our people, it's very effective to this day. And I don't understand the stronghold that these people have on our people. We just capitulate and acquiesce to these. All we gotta do is
it's mental, man.
Just be a man. If you're a man, you don't allow nobody to do nothing to you. They're gonna have to bring it because you bringing it. That's what a man do. They're gonna have to bring it because you're bringing it. You just
But
gotta be a man. Every man
look
be
up,
a man, we got
look at all
soldiers.
these immature. Go ahead.
If every man be a man, we got soldiers. But if you let somebody tell you you gotta take a jab to keep your job, and then you go and do it.
And most of America did it. And that's what I'm saying about how they gonna enforce the pride. People thinking that America just gonna slowly shift to this privatized government to where it's like a new world order and the people in power are gonna be on some third world country stuff, but it ain't gonna quite go that way. What's gonna happen is the people in power are gonna start to shift that power slowly toward the corporations. This explains the tech bro takeover. So they're gonna start to shift the power to your Amazons, Microsoft, your big corporations, and people now gonna have to start doing more what the corporations tell them to do than what the Constitution allowed them to do. So that's what we see.
You got the lobbyists. You got the lobbyists who put those politicians in those offices. If you go and see, okay, this corporation donated this many $1 million to a candidate, or this corporation donated a certain amount of money to a candidate, they got these people in their pocket so they control them, and they affect policy too, based on what the corporations want.
Israel, especially.
That's what I was saying.
They affect policy, bro. They make policies. A lot of these policies is written by some of these corporations. That's not some bill being passed. They are pushing the agenda of the corporations. That's what they're doing.
Hey, and if you notice anything, right after the big wake up, right, they knew that they had to put something in people's bodies right before everybody really woke up. And that's what they did. They cut people off from their God self, for real. Like you could tell, man, because these people, man, they just not hitting on no cylinders now. I mean, people back in the day was stupid, but now they lost, bro. Go ahead.
Most of what they do is to get rid of unwanted population. That's what that was about, a population control. What we just experienced a few years ago. That's what that's about. And
it's also cutting you off from your thinking.
What they're doing now is about population control, because what they're going to do is they're going to cause the world going to spin into chaos, and people they're going to want to fight. And I'm telling you, these people in the military is not going to kill their family. They're not. Because I was in the military, you're not going to order me to go to my family yet and shoot nobody. You're not.
Man, people too desensitized, and they give up too easy and forget too easy to fight. As soon as something happens, when a week go by, they forget about it, and they on to the next thing. They ain't true to that stuff. People forget. But
if I agree with you, but if it's on and popping, and they know it's on and popping for the long range, and if there's no chance of this stopping, give
me an example. Give me an example what you would think they'll fight for.
If they know it's a life and death situation and they don't have absolutely no rights to do nothing, outright tyranny, people gonna fight. People are going to fight.
They ain't did nothing. Katrina happened. It was a life or death situation.
That wasn't outright tyranny.
Hawaii was a life. Maui was a life or death situation.
It wasn't all out tyranny. It wasn't all out. It wasn't all out tyranny.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, we haven't saw all out tyranny yet in America, but Babylon is yet to fall. And when it does, you will see what these third world countries. You finna see what happened in it. We gonna experience what happened in the UK not too long ago, and all these other places. This is the powder keg Malcolm was talking about. That's yet to blow.
Exactly.
And
Donald Trump is the manager. He's the manager. He was hired as the manager to oversee what's going on now. He's nobody.
You think it's gonna happen when the value of the money drop and they close all the stores down? Because a lot of people are not even self-sufficient. A lot of people don't know how to go hunting or plant or build their own. This
what I'm trying to tell y'all right now. Exactly. Before any of that shit happen, it's finna be a race war, and they've been trying to plan this since the 1900s. So and that's why I'm playing these clips, because this is backing me up to show you that the news know the plan. Because guess who own the media? The small hats. And guess what? They had a plan for racial tension so they can fully take this place over ever since the 1900s. We at the climax of that plan, we can see that the news people are making this a black and white thing when it was freaking white on white crime. So we see what's going on, bro.
Bro,
Media, multi-ethnic destruction in America. That's media.
Race wars. Sanchez, you on to something. That's where it's going to start at right there.
Well, look,
and remember, and y'all remember this too, that I forgot that Jew name about 7-8 years ago now. He said that he was going to turn America to a third world country. He said they was getting ready to take all the money out of this country, give it to China and India.
Was he the prime minister at the time?
No, this was the Jew. Remember the Jew? He was arguing with the redneck Christian.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You gotta think about it. We more emotional about death than quote unquote the other people. You get what I'm saying? Like one time, my homeboy was working for this bakery lady, and his uncle had died, and she walked up to him and said, "What can you do for him now?" And she didn't mean nothing harm by it, but that's how they look at stuff. They bury their family within 5 days after the funeral. We'll be sad and dwelling on it. We take death differently from them anyway. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't, they could care less. That's why they could do what they're doing to them over there and not even care. A lot of them, a lot of them are buried. If they die today, they buried before the ground, before the night go. Before night's over, they're buried.
And for those of us
I wanna. Oh no, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and you can got it.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of us that are awakened, right, we don't look at death the same anymore anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, now we know that.
No. I'm trying to get to this something real quick, man. Check this out, right? If Charlie Kirk was alive right now, this is what Malcolm X would have told him at a debate, and it would have blew his shit out the water. Now, before I read this, I want to tell you what Charlie Kirk said. Charlie Kirk said black people should have been moved on now from their past. You can't keep using that as an excuse. We've made progress in America, and now the black man can't be talking about reparations, slavery, all that. Get over it. Now, here's a quote from Malcolm X that I think is the perfect quote for a nigga like Charlie Kirk in that situation. He said, "If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you put it all the way out, that's not progress. Progress is healing the wound that the blow made, and they haven't pulled the knife out, much less heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there. Oh my fucking God."
Fire.
Come on now. Come
That's
on now.
That's crazy, Sanchez.
Come on now.
When did Charlie Kirk say that?
Charlie Kirk didn't say that. Malcolm X said that.
No,
Right.
when did Charlie Kirk say what the first thing?
Oh,
Sanchez said?
at his little college debate that I played. I played it yesterday. I'll play it again for you. I'll let you hear it.
That right there, what you got for that rebuttal was crazy just now.
Bro, if I could debate Charlie Kirk, I wouldn't even show up with my own material. I'll just show up with quotes.
And it's crazy how they can say stuff like that, and they're not looking at the fact of the generational gap and all the suffering that we're still going through, and we're already way fucking behind. How can you even fathom to say something like that?
Bro, that's crazy. They don't go past a certain amount of years.
I enjoyed when Bro Sanchez earlier was smacking whoever there was around that was saying that we're falling for the, we're not looking at, because we're looking at and we seeing things for how it is. They're telling us we're falling for the trick of the divisiveness of black and white. We didn't create that. If you avail yourself to be used and you do what the agenda is, you're at fault. So you can't tell us we're not looking at what we're not supposed to see what we see or feel what we feel, because you want to, dissolve yourself in your guilt. No, we're not going for that. What we see and what we feel is what we feel. We're gonna call it out because we see it and we feel it. That's it.
If you fall for a race war these days, I don't care how you look. You got to be the dumbest, craziest MF on the planet, bro. Like, it's just too much information out here for you to just hate somebody so bad for all the wrong reasons. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
another
go
thing.
ahead, say that joint, Sanchez.
Okay, yeah. But hold on, that's this other Malcolm X quote that I thought about too after I read that one. He said, shit, god damn it.
Put that one you got back up, Sanchez. The one I can't see that one. I got a screenshot that one.
Hold on, let me fuck, bro. It was one that's even more powerful than this one. It's got to come to me in a minute, man. Damn, that sucks. All right, let me play this, man.
If they're anonymous or not anymore, they're out there spewing this rhetoric and they're putting their name to it.
Oh no, the other one is Malcolm X prophesied where we at right now with the powder keg metaphor.
What has fundamentally changed?
Well, first of all, I think some of them are regretting it now because they're finding out that they're no longer employable. And by the way, it's not just like this is not a problem just on the fever swamps. These are doctors, nurses, college professors, teachers. One of them was the head of a school.
So they're not allowed to have free speech. So this is how you silence people that's in high places. So imagine you work your ass off to get to the top, and you lose your job, not because you did nothing wrong. You helped that company go far. Because of you, they made it far. Let's say you contributed, you've been an excellent, and because you disagree on your Facebook wall, if you say, well, if you do mock, let's make the worst happen. Let's say you're mocking Charlie Kirk on your Twitter. How the fuck your boss look stalking you? I keep telling y'all, in China, they got cameras everywhere. What did Trump do? He came in and installed a Palantir surveillance system. Now what are they doing? All of the people who you see in the White House with Trump, like Elon, all of the tech bros, why do you think Trump owned all of the tech bros? Because they're finna start digitally policing you online. Elon on Twitter. They gonna start censoring you online, and the media gonna help roll that out. But under Trump, you're gonna lose your First Amendment, and even more than that. People think I'm wrong, but even the Bible talk about this day coming. And I hate to keep bringing up the Bible, but the plan that they got for us is written in there. They telling you what they gonna do. It ain't prophecy. But let me give a shout out to Adam H. He said, do you all think a race war will happen organically or by some sort of false flag? The race war already happened. At this point, we ain't waiting on a race war to happen. It's happening right now. Matter of fact, let me show y'all some shit, because this will help you get a feel of the atmosphere, how real this shit is. This is a dude at a vigil saying, fuck Charlie Kirk. And the whole crowd started beating him up. So this now, in my opinion, is the start of a civil war right here. And the news is egging it on. It's only going to get worse. We saw what happened on the Texas Tech campus. I'm going to go to the news joint, but let's play this real quick.
Yo, who was that screaming?
You know how women are, because they think that they about to kill the man.
Yo, Sanchez, you know what's crazy about this? I was thinking, and the cops was right there watching, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. What's crazy, after they fucked him up, he got up and said, it's still fuck Charlie Kirk.
No, man, Sanchez, man. Play that part, man.
Dog, like, yo, that's Tupac energy.
Yeah, you gotta listen though, fool.
Charlie Kirk!
Damn it, It don't look like
Hey, that's crazy, bro. Now listen, they gonna say, well, fuck this dude because he got on a rainbow book bag and you don't know his sexuality. I'm telling you what the right people gonna, cause the people on the right never gonna deal with the fact that they are some violent, aggressive barbarians, and they try to blame that on black people and everybody else. But look at this mob, this gang that just jumped this man for free speech. See, we gotta start talking about them and giving them the same sort of rhetoric and dialogue and condemning that action how they do us, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't gonna do it, condemn themselves. We got to play this kind of stuff and say, look at these gangsters and hoodlums.
That's lynching charges. Where the lynching charges at?
This man got a lawsuit. Yeah.
got it from.
Boy, y'all think if they ain't stopping, which I think what happened to him.
Hey, I don't know.
Man, listen, if nobody was filming and all, let's say this was in a back alley somewhere, he'll be dead. He'll definitely be dead, bro.
He would have got mauled just like that Pacers fan got mauled that night when he went to that Knicks game when them niggas lost. They would have mauled him.
Let him go. Charlie Kirk.
Look at him. And that man exercising his freedom of speech, and they just gonna keep letting him assaulting this man. And I bet you he ain't gonna get no justice. If I was that man, you got it on video, he need to be trying to press charges. And come on, bro. We finna go back to Jim Crow, and MAGA maniacs and Proud Boys finna start lynching niggas in the streets. If you on social media talking about Charlie Kirk, they might burn a cross in your front yard. Nigga, what world are we living in?
Get him out of here. Get him. He was hitting people. Get him.
You see how they lying? Now listen, somebody lying saying he was hitting people. When did that man hit somebody? He pulled up on a bike and he started, let's take it back. I'm gonna show it to you. The man right here, you see my arrow? All he did was stand on his bike and say, fuck Charlie Kirk, and some Billy Bad American ass white dude went over there and started beating his ass. Watch. There he go. Here go Billy Bad ass with the white hat on. Look. Now, did he start that? Did he start that? But you see how let me tell y'all something. This remind me of Jim Crow shit. When white folks will whoop your ass, lynch you, and still make it like you was the threat. It was you.
Nah, they try to take his head off.
They screaming USA like that's their game.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, now listen.
They try to fly his head off, though. I ain't gonna lie.
They lynched this damn man and then said he was swinging at people, right? Blatant liars.
That's what they do.
These people are fucking evil, man. Yeah, they're evil. Let's watch this whole thing out though. Look at this mob. Look at here. Just cause that man using his free speech, and these are the same people that's saying Charlie Kirk stood for free speech and that the liberals are violent and that they're against free speech, and that's all Charlie Kirk was using. Now look at them. Now, mind you, there are children out there, and the children is yelling at the man, too. They're teaching the children to be the next generation full of hate to perpetuate this shit that Charlie Kirk is standing for.
Hold up, kids out there doing that, too?
Hell yeah, it's kids out there trying to help them beat them up.
Dogs, cats.
Are you serious, man? Let me see.
Charlie Kirk! Let him go!
Yeah, they want to kill. Bro, look at all these. I'm telling you, these white folks right here would beat you to death and burn your body. I'm telling you, coming from Alabama, y'all, I can feel the energy through the fucking thing. And I'm telling you, boy, if you think racism ain't in America, this the kind of spirit Charlie Kirk had. And this why people is saying good riddance. And it's really making, I told y'all they're gonna activate the poor white folks. They're gonna activate the poor. Didn't I say that?
Charlie Kirk! Get out of here! Get him out of here! Get him! Hey, he was hitting people. Get him!
You see the little boy right there trying to talk shit right here? See this little boy?
Wow.
Out there calling them names and shit. Like, they putting this hate, they breeding this hate. You got a whole crowd full of number white folks. I'm telling you, even the black MAGA people know not to even be out there now. Even a coon know he might get his ass beat now because they ain't playing about Charlie Kirk, nigga.
Yo, there's a cop right there too.
It's too many of them though.
That's a mob. I know Americans.
Like, I hear what y'all saying. I don't know what y'all expect the police to do, but I'm telling you right now, they just trying to save this damn man's life. Real talk. They trying to get the crowd away from this man and get him the hell out of there, right? And then maybe he may want to press charges or whatever, which I would sue everybody. Get paid, nigga. Don't get no.
Why they ain't arrest him? The dude with the book bag that said F Charlie, it's still F Charlie Kirk. Like they arrest the other girl. Why didn't he get arrested then?
Well, I don't know why would they be arresting him. He the victim. Yeah, the dude on the ground. Why would he get arrested? He the victim here.
No, I'm saying he said it's still F Charlie Kirk. He was saying, speaking his mind. Like the girl, when she spoke her mind, she got arrested.
Yeah, you got a good point. Now they felt like she was harassing the people, which I was saying, you know, using your free speech ain't harassment. You got a right to diss people, to cuss, yell, all that in America. So yeah, those particular all polices don't play by the same rule. But I know one thing: if that whole crowd started jumping on that girl, then the police would have had to now worry about her safety. You know, because they don't want a death on their hand. If she get lynched in front of the police, they got some explaining to do. You know what I'm saying? How she died on y'all watch. So,
bro, at this point, even if they do some shit like lynching, dog, I don't even think like. At this point, I don't see no difference. I don't see no difference between a man getting almost beat to death and it, like, I don't know, bro. Like,
no, this is definitely a modern day lynching Jim Crow shit. I'm with you on that. Hell yeah.
They should be pressing charges.
Right.
In the video, right?
You got the video, so definitely you can identify. It ain't hard to find these people with the technology we got. Boom. Everybody show up to these court. You get your lawyer, silver court, my injuries and medical. And now here's where I'm going to really bank out at, my emotional fees and my constitutional rights. You can really cash in with this when it go down to like the emotional shit, bro, because they really violated this guy.
Get him out of here.
And the police is like, dude, you about to get killed. Now, I ain't gonna lie, dude tripping, bro. They about to kill you. You need to get the hell up. You made your point. Now go get your money. He fucking trying to die out there. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. The kind of white crowd you see out there, it'll reach a point where the police can't even help you, bro, if they start swallowing you up like ants on a piece of food. And if you piss these kind of white folks off like that enough, they'll do it. They already beating you up in front of the police. Dude, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, at this point, the police is being aggressive. Like, bro, you about to get your ass killed out here. We ain't gonna be able to save you. Because if they do start re-engaging him and it's more of the crowd that want to hurt him than it is police, what the fuck they gonna do? They ain't gonna get in between you and that many people that want you now. So yeah, these situations but why I'm saying this is because it shows you that these people don't even respect the law. They are savages.
But let's put the shoe on the other foot. Now imagine that was us out there.
I'm gonna tell you, if this was a crowd full of black people, check it out. Here's what I'm gonna be honest about. that man would be allowed to speak his mind. And now here's what I believe. It's going to spark a big debate right here. Let's say it's a crowd of niggas from the hood, and it's a white dude out there saying, fuck Trayvon Martin after Trayvon just passed. Do you think those black people would start beating his ass out there for him using his free? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right, Shan.
But nah, I'm saying look how they look how they coddling the situation. Now, if that was us, it'd be guns drawn. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you something.
There'd have been water holding people.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. If this was a bunch of black folks about to do this to a white man, and they would probably go lethal force on the crowd.
I noticed how when there's people like that, people always coughing from mace. When there's black people in the crowd acting like that, they mace in the crowd.
They gonna probably, cause listen, once y'all start stomping on his head, they gonna go and pull out them real guns now. I'm telling you. Once niggas, cause I know how niggas from the hood is. Once they go to jumping on the nigga head with both feet, y'all know how savage niggas get. Now y'all want to get quiet and shit.
Nah.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Ain't nobody got mace or nothing.
Because if we were like you
I ain't gonna lie though, he almost lost his life up in there because if there was no police around, I'm sure that either he'll be dead or he'll have a big hospital bill. He'll be paralyzed or something. Real talk.
It's too many cameras around recording. That's another thing.
Yep,
bro.
That's another thing. Because believe it or not, they're off him, and everybody out there recording it, they with the shit, so they probably gonna delete it and shit too for them. You know what I'm saying?
And they're gonna be sitting back at dinner laughing at that video.
Watch your surroundings. I don't want to be in the front. Show some class, man. Come on now. Hey, man, Jesus loves you. Come on,
dude, you need to take your ass away. Like this nigga. He's brave though. You need niggas like him. He ain't scared. He got up like it's still fuck Charlie Kirk, bitch. Even though, look, he the type nigga they can be stomping him out. He gonna be like, fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck Charlie Kirk. His last breath, he gonna die with a smile with his last breath, like, fuck Charlie Kirk.
Who did this to you?
And he's a sellout. Black and he's a sellout with the Broncos shirt. You a sellout, boy. ACJ. We know you. Hey, put me online, baby. Put me online. You saw what they did on that free speech. I came out here with free speech. Y'all came with this. Hey, 30.
Yo, I want to interview this man. He's a hero.
40 mother.
He's a hero for free speech, man. For real. He took one for free speech. You gotta love it, bro. That's some American shit. And he was ganged up by a mob full of fascists and neo-Nazis. And he was the only American there fighting for free speech. Such barbarians.
Give me the ones, baby. Shoot the ones with me. Anybody.
Look at this embarrassment.
Shoot the ones, man.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Hold up now, I want y'all to be honest on this panel now, no capping. How many of y'all would do this shit?
I wouldn't do that shit.
I ain't doing no thing like that. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
He had to be on the 8 ball or something.
Yo, Sanchez, I take things overboard, so I'm gonna sit that one out, bro.
Yeah, he's brave. He's brave. He's a brave motherfucker.
And he right in front of some cops too, and they ain't even gonna help him.
Hey, he too brave.
I'm going all in.
Hey, shit, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't doing that. I'm gonna tell you right now. Once you see that many white folks with them MAGA hats on and American flags and fucking Confederate flags and all of them red as hell and they deep as hell like that, nigga, I'm not even walking over there, let alone saying fuck Charlie Kirk.
That's like going to a football game. You know you're not gonna play with them people.
Man, nigga, I know the vibes. That when I've been, nigga, I'm from Bama. Trust me. They ain't even gotta tell you, boy, you know what'll happen to you. You feel it in the air. It's there. Like, I know the vibes.
Look at this guy.
And guess what? Like they said, USA. That's their way of saying white America. Like when that USA shit that they screaming when they beating them up, bro, that right there ain't what y'all thinking. That's like, hey, you know, stay in your place, boy. This our shit right here.
Come with it. Oh, you're protected. You're dead.
No, I don't believe in these motherfuckers. Believe that. Believe that. No,
You're
believe
dead.
that. I didn't ask for no help. I didn't ask for no help.
You're
Hey,
dead.
where you ask for help? You got
Oh, yeah,
you
you think I asked for help? I teach you to ask for them, all these motherfuckers.
You wouldn't.
Oh, yo, yeah.
Old man.
Get out of the street.
Get out of the street.
I'll take a
They threatening that man life in front of the police. I heard a white dude, it sounded like the white dude told him, if you keep on, we'll do something like in front of all. Like they don't care about the police. Sound like I heard him say, I can't be sure.
The one in the street, dog. You are. You're a sellout. You are a sellout. You ain't Mexican. You ain't Mexican. You Mexican white. You go in the store, they treat you good. You know why? You like talking around people like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, handle his ass now.
Ain't that something that the fucking black man want to get aggressive with the Mexican dude for his free speech too? And you suppose, boy, this is a crazy video. And I ain't gonna even lie to you, right? They locking the wrong man up, cause listen, all that man doing is exercising free speech. He ain't touched nobody. People keep assaulting that man, but he goes to jail and all he using is words, but they using physical force. America changing, y'all. I'm telling y'all right now, we live in a third world country and people are celebrating the fucking hero going to jail because you don't gotta like what that man's saying. He can stand there and yell as many slurs as he want. They ain't got the right to fuck that. Everybody just jumped on that man and he goes to jail. He didn't touch nobody.
Oh, he went to jail too. Okay. He did go to jail.
Actually, he the only one went to jail. That's what I'm saying. These some racist cops. These some racist cops. He the only one went to jail. And look at the crowd cheering because the white police are racist too. They're part of the Trump crowd. So let's take the man to jail who didn't get violent. There's a whole crowd that just lynched this man and they ain't trying to lock none of them up. If this was black people, they would be trying to every black person that helped stomp on that white man, you will be in cuffs. They'll have so many cars out there to be SWAT. It'll be fucking police cars galore. And they will be locking they will be locking every nigga up that laid one hand on that white man. But listen, this man just got lynched and then just got assaulted in front of the police. And they lock him up because in their mind, they gonna say something like he's inciting it. And all he doing is using his free speech. These people must control themselves. People can say what they want and you don't got a right to put your hands on me. So they watch this man constantly get assaulted, but and he ain't do nothing but talk. Yeah, my bad.
If you think about it, no, you good. If you think about it, it's good they locked him up. Now they be like, why he locked up? Let's go back and look at the tape. He got all the evidence. They probably thought about it. They probably thought about it and was like, nah, we gotta let this motherfucker go.
They would have locked up all the black people that had the cameras too. You obstructing justice, lock them up. Because you showing the camera like, get off that man.
Bro, y'all know
they got the camera out, they grabbing the people with the camera out, like, get off him. They're locking them up too if they were black with the cameras.
Bro, y'all know what's crazy about this whole video? All them people out there is quote unquote civilians and productive people. Imagine the way these people work at and people think these are good people, bro. This shit is sad, bro.
What y'all gonna do about it? I ain't gonna lie, bro. We need we need Ben Crump for this guy. Ben Crump really needs to go and support this dude. I'm serious though. Like, this dude was straight violated. This remind me of some Jim Crow shit, where the white folks whooped the black man ass and the crowd still, the police on their side and they the lynchmen. Boy, this give me crazy flashbacks, and I wasn't even living back then, but I can feel it.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I feel some type of way right now. Like, this is
what you gonna do about it?
I thought I'd see this shit in my lifetime, bro. This shit is crazy, man.
What you gonna do about it?
2025. This is crazy.
That's what they want. They want to incite somebody.
What I'm gonna do about it is raise awareness the only way I can through platforms like this. Because I'm not going to go out there and get violent if that's what you're asking. I'm not going to pick up a gun and shoot nobody. But what I am going to do, I think knowledge is power. I think if my people knew better, they'll do better. I really do believe that. So I'm going to keep giving them the knowledge. That's all I can do. But you ain't going to see the seed become a tree just by staring at it in one day. Keep planting them every day and keep it moving. They'll grow. But yeah, that's what you do about it. You keep planting the seed of truth in a world full of lies. I don't know what else to do about it.
Because they out there getting active.
Well, if you think about it, if you think about it, right? This man that got locked up, he's getting active. That's called activism. He's what he's doing is he's been a advocate for the First Amendment. And he's doing street activism, sacrificing his own physical health to show you that America is becoming a third world country. He just said that. He said, I'm doing this for free speech. And he's showing that, look at how everybody treat me just for saying, fuck Charlie Kirk. This man is a hero, but we don't know who the hero is today. He's a fucking hero, bro. He's exposing what America is becoming, like China. Even the police is going with the mob and going against free speech like he done something wrong when he just using. You should be able to go and say, fuck Charlie Kirk, man. Why I'm getting locked up and beat up for it, and they ain't getting beat up for physically assaulting me. I'm using words. They using fists, but they treating this man like the words are more harmful. This the America we going into. What this video is a big wake-up call for what America is turning into.
Hey, look, and check it out. He real light-skinned, too. He real light-skinned.
Let's play.
You will back up. Back the up for me, you motherfucker. I will not back up for you. I'm not fucking afraid of you. You don't need to be afraid of me. I didn't see you. The away from me.
And what I don't get is how you can start a GoFundMe for Carmelo, but not a dude like this who's literally out there advocating for y'all rights against these white supremacists and battling it like how the pro-black. That's why I ask all the black people on here, would you do that? Hell no, nope. Because I ain't gonna lie, this man standing up to these white supremacists face head first. And he got his ass whooped for it. And we all know that this is what happened to you. We just ain't willing to do that kind of street activism. But in the America that we going to, a lot of people gonna have to be martyrs for the First Amendment, because I talk so much. I know that I got a right to say what I want, and I would probably be like this dude. I would probably keep saying fuck Charlie Kirk just because I'm so mad my First Amendment being violated and the police ain't even doing nothing to the crowd that's physically assaulting me and lynching me. They pushing me and locking me up. Bro, I would be fucking enraged. So, and I know I'm right. And then my thing is, what he don't get no Ben Crump. He don't get no GoFundMe. This is real shit that's like really for our people, but we don't really pay stuff like this no mind. Because these are the racist white folks that's using this to wage war against black people when Charlie Kirk died from a fucking white man. And that's why I'm glad he's out there doing this too, pissing them off. But he should pursue this with legal action.
You
And he should sue this police department for wrongful arrest. He got the right to protest and his freedom of speech.
I'm not backing
Right, I agree with what the lady in the yellow said. Why is he in cuffs when everybody out here saying hateful shit? Because remember what the crowd was telling him nasty shit back. So, I mean, that's crazy.
It's the Timpanogos Regional Hospital. This is where they took Charlie. He's getting some support.
And I'm surprised ain't no rapper made a song called Charlie Kirk yet. I may need to do that. I need to find a way to make a song and do this. Go ahead and get some clout from this shit.
And the t-shirts coming next. Somebody gonna capitalize with t-shirts of Charlie Kirk, just like how the dude with the terrible towels. When Pittsburgh Steelers was winning, and Wiz Khalifa came out with that song Black and Yellow. The next night, that man made $2 million in one night by selling yellow towels that say terrible on it. $2 million overnight just by capitalizing on that moment. So somebody gonna have some shirts and and go ahead and drop the song, Sanchez.
Hey, you know what? You know what's crazy? When you bring up the fact that America is divided and you decide you don't want to put your head in the sand about it, you want to tell the truth. America is divided with black people versus white people. And the reason it's going to stay that way is because when you say that, people will say, you the one causing the division. Man, you was born in a house divided. America was built on putting everybody against each other so the people in power can run everything. And you know why no one never dealt with the division before? Because we too scared to even talk about it. The psychological mind fuck is that if you bring up the black and white issues in America, you the one participating in the division when that's the only way we can unite. You see how they psychologically fucked everybody?
Yeah.
Because you think you dealing with it by ignoring it, and that's why Malcolm X brought up the powder keg example. He said anytime you put too many sparks around a powder keg, the thing is going to explode. And if the thing that explodes is still inside the house, then the house will be destroyed. He was saying America is ignoring this powder keg, but they putting a lot of sparks into it, meaning that the country we live in always ignore that we got a race issue, black versus white. You know why? Because they the ones fueling it. They the ones putting black people versus white people. Then when you say, look at all this hate outside, people say, Sanchez, you being divisive. You full of hate. For pointing it out, man, y'all are psychologically fucked because the people that divided the world got it to where you can't even point out what they doing because you will be blamed for doing it. This shit was divided before I was born. I was a little bitty boy wondering why black people didn't like whites and why whites didn't like blacks. Now I'm figuring out the source of the division and I'm getting blamed for it. These people in the chat room gotta be agents, man.
I think another source for the racism is the parents too. A lot of these parents, man, they be brainwashing their kids into being racist and shit.
It's the society fault. They're being brought up in a society that allows it.
Yo, we can't hear you.
Which one it is? It's the one on the right? We can't hear nothing.
I think your mic's muted or something.
Sanchez, you muted?
My bad. I couldn't even hear it. Tell him to re-ask that. I had... My bad. I'm here now. Go ahead. So listen. This is a psyop. Let me tell y'all what a psyop is. A psychological operation. And guess what they're trying to get y'all to do? Hate each other. They want black people and white people to be fighting each other in the streets. And I'm showing y'all videos of them doing that, and y'all blaming me on being the cause of it. That's silly. Bro, it is a psyop. And the psyop is to divide America. So how am I? So people say, let me holler at them, y'all. People say, Sanchez, don't you see that it's a psyop? Bro, I do see it's a psyop, which is why I'm talking about it. Y'all see it's a psyop, and you think that the thing to do is to ignore it because it's a psyop. No, a psyop don't mean it ain't real. It just mean it's a psychological operation. And guess what? Newsflash, psychological operations are real. So when you tell me it's a psyop and you do nothing about it but just say it's a psyop and shut up, you ain't helping. You ain't fighting the spiritual war of good versus evil. You in a closet meditating while the forces of good gotta go out here with less people on our side because the other half of our army is acting bougie like they too good to go out here and roll their sleeves up and deal with what the evil people in power are doing to divide us. They act like the act of dealing with it is you participating in the bullshit. I don't understand that I can't go fight the war of good because the act of me fighting, you think that I'm doing something wrong when you should be fighting too. Ain't nothing wrong with fighting. Ain't nothing wrong with looking at these psyops, going to break them down to the people and showing them how it's a psyop and what the agenda is and how it's all about taking away our free speech. That's all I'm doing. I'm saying that it's a psyop. It is a psychological operation to take away our First Amendment, and I've been calling it out, and people, can't you see us? That's why I'm telling you what they trying to do, what the psychological operation is all about. I don't just say it's a psyop and go to talking about something else. No, I expose the psyop.
And you're making good points because just like when you said, when they told us to get over slavery, and when you said, well, get over him, then die. Now Sanchez wrong. He wrong for saying that.
Right.
Like,
Hey,
come on, man.
unpopular time. Listen,
So
unpopular time.
and then I'm gonna tell you what racist white people like Drewster do to keep us from pointing out white supremacy. When we start pointing out how the people in power is dividing America up and getting the far right white people enraged enough to physically assault people, when we start pointing all that out, they say, man, spread positivity, not negativity. When guess what? I'm showing you how the whole country going to hell in a handbasket right now. I'm showing you that every time you turn around in America, it's negativity. Ain't no positivity, you fucking fool. Don't you see that the world around you is falling apart and you still looking for one little butterfly? You looking at people getting lynched in a road for free speech, and you still want me to talk about the man that helped the old lady cross the street because you don't want me to point out the problems. You just want me to tell you some good news. Unfortunately, our world is full of evil. And I'm going to deal with that evil whether you like it or not. And you ain't going to shame me talking about I'm spread negativity just by showing you the negative that's already out there in the world and how people is being influenced to be negative by falling for the divide and conquer. You're an agent. You trying to shift the blame to me while I'm showing the black and white American, y'all stupid as hell for letting this trigger them, and I'm showing them how. Because people got the right for free speech. I'm showing them how at the end of the day, it's an attack on everyone's free speech. That's why I said we should mock the death of Charlie Kirk, because it's a psyop, nigga. If it's a psyop, how am I being divisive by mocking the man death? That's how come I know you're a white supremacist, because y'all trying to make the word psyop mean that it's all staged and fake. If I say, okay, let's mock his death then, now I'm divisive, but I thought he wasn't dead. It's a psyop, right? It's fake. You see that? Y'all see that, right?
Yeah, get over it. Like you said earlier, get over it.
Yep. Hey, I was going to say this too, and I know it's going to be unpopular to say this right now. But for all the brothers that's been getting these white girls, making babies, they ain't gonna have much of an army left.
Hey, Drewster, you can click the link and come up, because I ain't going to keep, reading your chats. So you can click the link, or we going to censor you. Because I just saw a bunch of white people beat a man up for using his free speech. You using your free speech in my chat room, I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to knock you on out for using your free speech at this point, man. Yeah.
Oh my God, Sanchez, you was hell, man.
So my thing is this: I don't care if this shit staged or not, because it don't really matter if it's fake or real if the people's reaction is real. If people out here lynching motherfuckers in the street because they think Charlie Kirk dead, you look stupid walking up to the crowd saying, "Hey guys, it's all staged." Good luck with that shit, nigga. I gotta deal with the problems that are happening because of the story that we can argue all day that you think September 11 was staged or not. Do you know how many of your fucking real rights was taken away from you after September 11, especially in the airport? You know how much more power that gave the world elite? That's real power. That ain't stage power. That ain't psyop power. That ain't fake power. Them trying to take your First Amendment away, that's real rights that they taking away. It ain't fake. See, when they use fake events to take away real power from the people, I gotta talk about it. You don't have a green card to ignore these things because it's a psyop. If you woke, you need to have the intellectual ability to articulate and break down to the people how it's a psyop and what the agenda is. And that's all I'm doing. And just because you ain't smart enough to do it, you can't accuse me of participating in the psyop because I'm exposing it. That's dumb as hell. Of course I'm going to talk about it. And guess what? I'm going to come from the perspective of if it is true, because the majority rules, and I'm not trying to debate all of America if the man dead or not before I stop a damn civil war. I'm trying to let them know that before we kill each other, they're trying to take away everyone's freedom of speech, and that you may not like what a person's saying about Charlie Kirk, but if you are a real, true American, you should like the Constitution. That right there should get through to an American patriot that's on the far right, because they don't want to have a conversation about if it's real or not. These people got on MAGA hats and they're in their feelings. They love America. When you tell them what you're doing is anti-American, now you got their attention. Now you got their attention. That's what I'm doing. They can't see what they're doing as part of the China, the new America, the fucking digital takeover. If these po-ass white folks knew what was going on and how they getting played too, just like the black people, they will stop and have that energy toward the system like what black people got. But see, the system is favoring them because that's their little buffer class. So we got to call it out. These are the people that's going to fight for this American system, even though it's trying to take them out too. And they just jumped that man. And they just literally jumped that man when the same system he going against want to get him the jab too. That's what we teaching over here. And if you got a problem with it, screw you. You can say what you want about me. I'm not changing my message, and I'm going to keep on growing, and people are going to keep on supporting it. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, everybody's saying it's fake, but then they won't give you none of the background of it, none of the numerology, none of the gematria, none of the rituals, none of the dates and times that it happened and all that. They won't give you none of that. They'll just say, oh, it's fake. Sanchez is telling you it's fake, and he's also giving you all of the background behind it, showing you why it really ain't fake. Because let me tell you something, it might be a staged event, but the ritual is very, very real.
Over here, Sanchez shows and prove, period. That's it.
When you said gematria, all I thought of how like bro, the new 9/11 is the 9/10. This day is gonna mark a crazy day in American history, bro. Like this is gonna be some
You notice this, right? You notice that can't nobody come up here and tell me how I'm part of the division just by telling the truth. A person who think the truth is being divisive when they can't see that America been divided up, it's too late to talk about who's starting a division. Nigga, this shit's so divided up now. That's the dumb thing to accuse me of. This shit was divided, nigga, when Al Sharpton was fat. This shit was divided, nigga, when the Negro Leagues was way before I was here. Don't get me started about the division in America. You want to tell the young children that's rising up speaking with fire in their belly about the real shit in this country, they the agents of division. Y'all some agents. That reverse psychology ain't gonna work over here.
And why ain't they going on the far right pages that's talking all this
That's
racism?
exactly what I said. That reverse psychology is not gonna work over here. That's exactly what I said. That's what they trying to do. Reverse psychology, it don't work.
And so
They
with the
better know who they
left,
dealing with.
it don't matter.
They better know who they dealing with.
Every time, and that's why Malcolm X said that too, bro. Because Malcolm X was trying to tell people about how there's a specific group being targeted. They got the poor white people on a pedestal, so they're more patriotic than black people. They did that on purpose. The Jewish small hats know what they doing, man. They know this is a big plantation. You got to treat some slaves better than the other ones to keep the slaves hating on each other and divided. This is what Willie Lynch taught them. Let me share some with y'all, right? The slave masters had plantations all on the same street, right? You go down this street, you got such and such plantation, boom, they all in proximity. Check this out. The slave masters agreed behind closed doors. Some of us slave masters have to treat our slaves better than the other niggas. They did that strategically on purpose. So some plantations will beat their slaves a lot, work them hard, and some plantations will let their slaves have days off, a swimming pool. They will probably give them treats and stuff. And it will make the niggas get jealous of each other. It'll make the slaves that gotta work hard say, look at them niggas over there swimming while we, and instead of the slaves directing the hate toward the slave masters, these different living conditions will create classes among the slaves that will further divide them, and it will mutate. The division will strengthen over generations as we perpetuate these different lifestyles. This is what Willie Lynch thought of. He was an evil genius because he was fucking right, man. He was so right. He was so right, bro. So that's what we see. That's what I'm saying about the rich white people. Excuse me, I meant the poor white people. The poor white folk, like, think about it. The dude with the MAGA hat on that's lynching you in the street, his income ain't that more better than Ray Ray's. I would even argue some of these niggas in the hood probably got more money than Bubba down there. You know, I'm just saying, like, niggas doing their thing. I'm just saying, for the most part, both of these will be considered the ghettos of America, right? Even the poor white man that is such a diehard patriot for the country, he's targeted just the same as the black man. But he don't interpret, like, for example, white people have a hierarchy, and the poor whites know they at the bottom, but they don't care that they at the bottom of white society long as they at the top of black society. It's kind of the same mentality of the boule niggas. The boule don't care that they the brokest, lowest niggas in Freemasonry. They the lowest when it come to the power structure. Long as they the highest over their own black people, over the poor people, they good. That's like the rappers. When it come to the industry, the rappers are the brokest people. But they don't care long as they can go stunt in the projects on to y'all. As long as they richer than y'all, richer than you, nigga, you know. Long as they got more money than they old teacher and principal, then they go back to the hood to stunt because they can't stunt in the neighborhood that they moved to because they the brokest motherfucker in that neighborhood.
Hood rich.
So, you know, that's the fucked up thing about this capitalistic pyramid. Everybody want to maintain their stronghold over the next man, even though they at the bottom themselves. It's like a pyramid scheme. If you ever been involved in a company that's into sales and it's a pyramid scheme, if you reach a point where you can feed your family, you just trying to maintain that, even if it's pennies, but the people at the top making hundreds of millions. You just worried about staying above the next man, though. Not necessarily getting to the top, but keeping your head above water, quote unquote, which is mean stand above the next man, like I said. But yeah, you go ahead.
And then they start power tripping. Because now I got a little bit of power. I'm going to keep my foot on the people beneath me, and I ain't no better than them. So I'm power tripping now.
Yeah.
Bro, Sanchez.
Yeah, salutes to everybody for sure. So, yeah, here go the chick. They can't show me the video where she got violent. I don't know if y'all saw this. It's a lot of people that's just now coming to the show, but this was another one that we had to review right here. And she got expelled from Texas Tech, man. Let me tell y'all something, by the way. Making it into Texas Tech is crazy. I don't know if y'all know about universities in the South, but yeah, TT, that's something to be proud of. So that's big to get expelled from Texas Tech and get arrested. And all you did was say, fuck Charlie Kirk. You didn't touch nobody. And people that's saying I'm lying, I just showed a video of a man who didn't do nothing. He just said it, and they was lynched and arrested. We just saw that with our own eyes. And that's where we finna see in this video.
Your homie dead. Your homie dead. He got shot in the head. Your homie dead.
Yep. She might fuck around and blow up after this and get famous.
Evil is real, people, and it kind of looks like that.
How the fuck is she even with the
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, they locked her up for that. Just for going around and saying she didn't touch nobody. She was loud and ghetto, but what'll happen is, now you niggas know what I'm about to say is real, bro, because we all from the hood. How many times have the police come out and maybe you got a nigga yelling or he crunk, he on them juices and he loud, and the police say, hey man, be quiet. And he tell them, fuck you, I ain't gotta do that. And they say, bro, if you don't be quiet, I'ma lock you up. And he keep being loud, and then the police walk up to him and start getting physical with him. We told you to be quiet, you're harassing the public. Guess what, y'all? That's a violation of your First Amendment. That ain't no harassment charge. You got the right to yell insults and all. You didn't know that? You got the right to sit there and yell, be loud, all that, and fuck you. You could do that in America. But the police will have locked so many people up for doing that we think is against the law now when it ain't.
Disorderly conduct. That's what they call it, isn't it? Disorderly conduct.
Yeah, they'll get you. Yeah,
it'll
be. It can be disorderly. It can be harassment. Sometimes they'll get you for resisting. Right? You can be. I've seen cases where they will have a brother in handcuffs, already got him constrained, and just because he's yelling and speaking very vulgar, and I ain't gonna lie, man, some of the shit these niggas be saying, it will piss you off. Y'all know niggas from the hood got a mouth on them, especially when they mad, right? They'll go to say, fuck your wife, your mama, you know how niggas get, your kids need to die. And guess what?
They start spitting on them and everything. They got to put a spit thing over their mouth.
But I ain't talking. But see, if you spit on them, now they right. That's assault. That's a right. They right. I ain't talking about that. The case that I'm talking about, is simply guys with a mouthpiece yelling and they got these big mouths. I've seen the police fuck them up just for that and give them more charges that as if they were physical when you can verbally abuse the police. It's your First Amendment to say, fuck you, pig. You can talk about their kids and all that.
New York do it all the time.
I have seen, bro, I've seen niggas get resisting charges for talking. For talking. Drop a one if y'all seen this, bro. I swear I ain't making this up. And I watch a lot of police videos. I'm telling you, this is a common thing. Niggas cussing the police out and get a resisting charge.
What did she get charged with, Sanchez? What was her charge?
She got charged with harassment.
Nah, she got charged with assault too.
She got expelled and arrested?
Expelled and arrested. Yeah, they will get, it's three of them that they get you with. Harassment, resisting, and disorderly conduct. That's the way they target your First Amendment. Bro, don't you know that there's nothing in the law book and nothing in the Constitution about, see this whole thing about inciting violence? Tell that to the hip hop industry then. Because then Donald Trump just let Kodak Black out. Then Donald Trump let all these gangster rappers and stuff out. If they want to say people inciting violence and what she's saying is going to get white men like Charlie Kirk killed, mind you, by other white men, because I never saw black people have the power to make a white man assassinate a political figure. I never saw us having that much power over the white man, that they gonna do what we said just because we said fuck Charlie Kirk. Keep in mind, if it was us influencing the killers, then the shooters would be black. So you can't say what we doing is inciting violence, because when we incite violence, we incite it against our own people. Again, look at the hip hop music.
Bro, remember the Elon Musk thing we pulled up yesterday?
Oh, so they saying she tried to incite a riot.
Well, that's what they try to say, that yes, like this, you need to stop people from using their First Amendment because these grown people are such little fucking children that if Sanchez say fuck Charlie Kirk enough, some grown man gonna go kill him. So that's what they think about y'all, and y'all so damn stupid. Y'all are telling them, yes, take away my First Amendment because I may do something to Sanchez if he keep on talking about Charlie Kirk because I'm a fucking barbarian. You're proving them right instead of saying, hey, let them people mock who they want to mock. We still Americans, and even though I hate it. You see what I'm saying? When y'all celebrate these people getting locked up and losing their jobs and stuff for the First Amendment, y'all part of the psyop. Because they know that Americans is going to sit back as our rights is taken away. Because you think that these people are wrong, and they are, but they got the right to do this, though, in America. They got the right to say, fuck Charlie Kirk, and I'm glad he dead, and do a dance and celebrate. We celebrated the death of Hitler in this land. So people got a right to celebrate figures who they think were bad for humanity. And you can't tell them who to think is bad or not for the planet. If a lot of people see that man and say he one less divisive motherfucker on the earth, and they want to celebrate that, can't stop it. You can't. So the fact that you're trying to, it's like you're disrespecting Charlie Kirk's death if you're serious that he died for free speech. Then let people be free to mock his death. I know I'm being hella redundant, but yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Anybody got the girl, this young lady name yet?
Nah, it'll come up. I'm gonna get it. Look like, and people celebrating this. F around and find out what? That we're in China now? that we in a
You got
damn
the ball.
third world nation now? People celebrating this shit because it's people keep saying it's a psyop. And when you point out to them what's going on, what you about to lose from the psyop, because every psyop trying to take something from you, right? It's an agenda to it. And when I make videos like this, showing y'all in detail what's going on, you see, they done fucked up the woke community head so much that people think when they find out something is a psyop that their reaction to it should be to ignore it. Hell no, that's when you really expose it now. If you're woke, you got a duty to do more than just say it's a psyop. Break it down to the people, educate them. But I'm gonna tell y'all, they're mad because we know how to talk about this content in an intelligent way to literally be a solution to the problem versus just clout chasing. That's why they mad. Yeah.
That's exactly what you're doing at this moment, right? You currently doing exactly what you said. That's why they mad.
You see that? Thanks, Texas Tech, for taking away this woman's First Amendment. You see what I'm saying? So everyone knows that she was wrongfully arrested, right? That she didn't harass or touch nobody. And even the political figures are saying all she was doing was taunting people. Don't y'all know you got the right to taunt people in America? You protected under free speech to taunt. Yes, in America, we can not only taunt other Americans, we can even taunt the president. So Trump already want a dictatorship. He's setting up the road so we can start punishing people for taunting people. And if you can start punishing people for taunting the dead, you can punish them for taunting the living. We don't live in China. We should be able to taunt our politicians. Even if you die, I should still be able to taunt you. But see, they know if they want to control free speech, they got to play on y'all emotions. And guess what? The first thing they're going to crack down on is you taunting the dead, because everybody's sensitive about the dead. But guess what? It's still your right to taunt the dead. But they know that Americans are more likely to push back on another American who taunting the dead than the living. It's gonna start with them punishing you for taunting the dead. Next is gonna be if you say something about Elon or Trump, you're gonna lose your job. We going into a dictatorship and a tech bro digital takeover. And this is the beginning of them taking away your voice, which is so sad because listen, you cannot plead your case. This is like medieval times where they can just point to a citizen that they think a problem and have them off, and that citizen won't even have a voice to plead their case because they've already dismantled the First Amendment. No one want to hear what this young woman. See, the whole thing about being an American is you gotta have thick skin. And America ain't about us policing what people say. It's about us policing how they respond. America is backwards as hell today when you got police locking me up for using my voice, but you ain't locked a man up that just jumped on me and I didn't touch him. I just said something with my mouth, man. But I'm going to jail. But see, this is a new America we in with Trump in there, and this is the psyop. Everybody keep using the word psyop and you don't even see this is the damn psyop right here. To bring in the dictatorship, the tyrannical government. They got to disarm you and divorce you. They got to take away your guns and your voice. And for them to take away your guns, they got to take away your voice first. If you can't say nothing, you can't do nothing.
Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will get you locked up.
Thank you. In America, right, where the speech supposed to be free, but you gonna pay a price for it, a big price, under this new dictatorship government. people keep talking about, yeah, you got free speech long as you don't incite violence, but they keep ignoring me when I say white America don't do nothing about drill rap. Listen, Charlie Kirk was talking the same shit about people inciting violence against the right? He blamed all the violence in the hood on bad parenting versus hip-hop music when Crazy Bone already exposed that the prisons work with the record labels to put the music out there to keep these young boys in a way of thinking that's bullshit to keep them self-destructing. We know that. We know niggas is sipping on syrup because they learned it in the music. We know that the music is influenced. Think about this, right? Ain't nobody inciting violence by saying, hey, I'm glad that nigga dead. They ain't telling you to go kill him. They're celebrating the fact that they think an evil person is off of the earth. Debate them. Ask them, why do you think he was worthy of death? Because you have your free speech to feel that way, but don't silence them. Now, my whole thing is this. Every black person keep talking about inciting violence when all we doing is celebrating the death of a person that we think was horrible. That is not inciting violence. And in fact, you cannot make a white man go kill another white man. Impossible, nigga. You ain't got that much power over white men. You ain't no way nothing that a nigga can say can make another white man go assassinate another white man, bro. Now watch this, right? When y'all black folks keep bringing up incite violence, you got to realize Charlie Kirk blamed all the violence in the hood on parenting versus hip hop music. And when they talk about one of their own dying, they blame it on what another nigga said out of his mouth. But when we talk about in the hood that our children killing each other, and the Jews in the music industry are cashing in on their death and funding the wars by signing the gang members, people say, nope, it ain't the music and it ain't the Jews that's running the prison systems and the music industry. In fact, we need more prisons and we gonna sign more rappers. But the reason y'all so violent is because your parents ain't raised you right, even though our parents is the ones that's filling up these churches, y'all. Come on now. All these churches ain't in the hood for no reason. They blaming these young boys' behavior on the parents when the parents are literal Christians, but they won't blame Charlie Kirk's shooter parents. They feeling sorry for his parents, but his parents raised him, and look at the monster they raised. He killed Charlie Kirk, but they don't want to deal with that. And y'all, come on now, tell me these ain't facts, bro. That's crazy, man.
Nah, facts, bro. You know what's crazy too? They blame everything and put it on us. But let's talk about video games, bro. Let's talk about GTA, bro.
I wouldn't say video games are a problem. It's
Bro.
rap music is a big.
It's
'cause I play
inciting
video games,
violence. Black people inciting violence when they express their joy because of this man's death. And you think that black people got enough power to make a young white boy pick up a gun and go kill a white man? And if that is true, then why y'all ain't doing nothing about hip hop music? Because if you ask Charlie Kirk, can we blame the music that black people listen to? Nope. You know why he gonna say that? Because his president keep freeing the rappers. And they in the bed with the Jews who own the record labels. So think about this. These far-right people so against the ghetto behavior, but they want to go and meet Snoop Dogg. They want all the rappers in the White House. Come on, we don't see the hypocrisy?
Yeah, that's a point.
I don't want to talk to you niggas about video games either, by the way. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
I don't think they're going to take...
That's not a...
Go ahead. My bad.
No. I was just going to say that's not a reason. That's it.
They bleep out Biggie saying blow up like the world, but he could call the women bees and niggas and all the other stuff. But as soon as you say F the police or blow up like the world, everything getting bleeped out. But not, I'm smoking on this woman's son or that woman's son. None of that getting bleeped out. None of that's the
Right.
problem.
They
As soon
literally
as it
see
blow up like the World Trade,
right.
it got to get bleeped out. Like, come on, man.
Think about this. The same white man that y'all see standing up next to the Trump, they own these record labels. They signing the gang members, letting them diss each other, funding the hood war that they then later go and condemn on a political level and say, look at these violent black people, while they profit from the violence. They know the source of it, but they will blame it on y'all parents who did the best to raise y'all, while ignoring the fact that all of these mass shooters had both of their white parents in the house and they shot another white man. But when it come to black people killing black people, it's a parenting issue. When it come to white men killing white men, it's because black people inciting violence and we got the power to make a little white boy crash out against his own damn race.
Checkmate. Good point, Sanchez. Damn. Damn, that's a good point.
There's a lot of theories.
They don't want to deal with this, you know. Boy, they hate you, boy.
This why they blackballing me, bro.
I was about to say, Sanchez, there's a lot of theories out here about why they doing this and taking away the guns, taking away freedom of speech. These are theories, but I think the bigger thing is the loosh. Because even all of these stadiums, if you look at them from up high, they're in the shape of an eye. Now, this is a lot of energy coming from these stadiums. And not only that, while they're doing this, we know that these elites are in the basement, RAPINGCHILDREN. And this feeds all of this loosh.
I think you should look at it more so. I think you should look at it more so as people idolizing like their favorite. What's your favorite team? Who your favorite rapper? You don't got no money into this team, but you will fight a Philadelphia Eagle right now. But the owner of the Philadelphia Eagle and the owner of the New York Giants, best friends.
That part,
Long as peace get filled, they don't care. But we beefing with each other. You a cowboy. I'm this mine, and you don't got no money into it. You ain't got no shares or nothing.
Yeah, you liberal, you conservative, and the people who the broke as hell in these political parties doing the most fighting, willing to go to the most hardest. Just like I said, Retton, it's just like the gangs. The brokest foot soldiers do the most killing and shit.
Facts.
All right, so since you just said that, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to Sanchez. You said you just said that, right? You hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, salute.
You've never played San Andreas. I'm not trying to talk about games, bro. I said
no,
this
do
for
your thing,
nobody,
do your thing.
Nah, nobody let me, yeah. The game San Andreas, bro. If you really played that game growing up, you see how they literally stereotype the whole West Coast, bro. That's why I brought it up games, because games come with music and they put hip-hop music in the games. If you just said what you just said about games, that's why San Andreas was made. I'm a 95 baby, bro. Literally, my whole generation played that game. Games, they literally was saying this. Games, when you playing games all day, people playing Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, they're in a simulated world. Eventually, somebody's, like, I'm not saying everybody, but people want to
I gotta say one thing, though. You're right, but hear me out. I know my audience. I'm not talking to a crowd of young TikTokers. When we talking about MAGA supporters and all them, these white folks ain't playing Grand Theft Auto. They listening to a lot of white pride shit that their grandfather told them in the South. I'm from Bama, nigga. I'm telling you that this black and white hate existed before games. Before video games. So I think that we don't need to go into video games when we deal with race relations. It's kind of, we ain't talking to no, you see what I'm saying?
You're right, Sanchez. But that's just like Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg took his grandson to go watch this new cartoon that was out, right? And he spoke out about it like, I'm sitting here watching this movie with my kid, and they promoting same-sex relationship in the goddamn cartoon. And he was really mad about that, but he wouldn't have never known if he ain't never took his grandson to see the movie. And they making it normalized for the kids to do certain stuff, and they making them confused. They just confused now.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about race. I was really talking about the death part. Just what you just said with the kids. They making it normal to just, you know what, I could go in the game and just shoot somebody. But nah, I get what you're saying, bro. We ain't dealing with no
most
kids.
gamers are not violent. I can guarantee you that, because I'm a gamer, and I know gamers, they're not out here like.
I'm gonna give you a prime example, right? these mass shooters that's walking up and like shooting up the place, that's fucking that, for example, that did that to Charlie Kirk. You may think they're gamers, but let me tell you what I know being in the military. You got gamers, then you got real white boys that go in the woods and train and shoot real bullets, and they part of militias. They like, you do got a lot of children that sit on their ass all day in the house under the air conditioner, probably never even broke down a real gun before outside of Call of Duty. And yes, them playing Call of Duty does give them some kind of training in combat situations. I ain't gonna lie, cause even militaries and stuff will use video game like software to train. But dude, if that's all you doing, you're a fucking joke. If you think you finna go apply Call of Duty, you got to really muscle memory. Your hands moving on a joystick is different than you unloading a gun, breaking it down, learning how it's feel on your own shoulder. This is different than a Nintendo controller. So even though you can run out certain scenarios, like in football, I can go over certain plays. I can even create new plays, but I can't get real experience from the video game. I literally got to go to practice, get hit, and go out there and get out there. So when it comes to the case of these shooters we see, the kind of professional work that I see, you're a joke if you think they just sitting at home playing Call of Duty getting that kind of training, bro.
Nah, I don't know. I know these niggas.
That's it.
I know these niggas is trained doing this shit, bro.
If anything, they're making most of the kids that's growing up in our day in this era is being obese because all they do is sit in the house and play video games.
Exactly what I
That's
was
why
saying.
America got the most obese kids.
These niggas
But
are
like
either
Sanchez
fat
was
or
saying
skinny.
the other day, most people I know in the hood that look like me, they never ever been to a gun range or to a tactical range and know how to shoot a gun or run full speed and learn how to, like, I got a dude that he teaches in the wood. He got his own property and he teaches how to like work out and then be shooting on a run, learning how to shoot and like get your gun and use it after you did a bunch of push-ups and know how to be tactical.
But you know what,
most people, yeah.
Oh, my bad. You know you cooking, and I apologize so much for interjecting. I'm gonna be quick. What you breaking down is why niggas do simple drive-bys and we don't do planned assassinations like what we saw with Kirk. Go ahead, you got it though, for sure.
But yeah, because most of the people that like most people I know, like teenagers, they like to have blackout 300s and guns that look good, but they never shot them. They never shot their gun at all. So that's why most innocent people get hit, because when they start shooting, they don't know how to shoot a gun. We had machine guns way back in the days, and they call them switches now. But those guns are the most inaccurate guns. As soon as you shoot them, you can't even handle it because it's just going everywhere. So instead of going to the gun range and learning how to shoot and learn how to hit targets and coming around the angle and running 25 yards, then shooting, getting them off the ground, like getting real scenarios, they're not doing that. They just holding their gun sideways. Yeah, I got this gun, I got this, blah, 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 but they never shot it at all.
You know what, bro? I ain't gonna lie, bro. When it comes to what's happening in America, this is where I regret that I didn't build a strong alliance with a lot of like pro-black platforms and shit, because we kind of felt they kind of isolated us because we're like the flat earth black people. They look at us like we got the cooties and shit. And we wore that on our shoulder and fought back. But when it come to what's going on now, we're all on the same page with how race relations are. And I think that was part of the whole divide shit too. Because think about it, bro. Ain't nobody saying the shit that we're saying about this Charlie Kirk shit, and it really needs to be on mainstream. It makes me think that the big pro-black platforms are in on a divide and conquer agenda, because we ain't selling division. We showing black and white people how y'all both stupid as hell being used like puppets. But guess what? People think we being divisive because in today's show, we're focusing on the white people in the far right. Why? Why are we doing it? Because we racist and divisive? Nope. It's because they are the ones who the PSYOP was created for, which is why Charlie Kirk is dead. The people know if we take one of these MAGA maniacs, fearless leaders who they love so much, black people gonna celebrate it because they don't like MAGA. And this will help with the race war. This is why they know to take away one of these far-right leaders and not no liberal leader. Because even though black people may mock your death, they ain't finna go assassinate no motherfucker. So they know, listen, niggas will never strike first. If we want a race war, we gonna have to have a Republican die. We gonna need some white conservative to die, and we gonna need a way to blame that murder on black people. But guess what? What they know is that black people will never carry out this kind of assassination. So what did they do? They said, fuck it. We gonna get a white boy to carry it out, but we still gonna find a way to make it black people's fault. That's like saying, look, we want to beef with you niggas, but y'all won't hit us first. So we're going to stage an event to make it look like y'all wronged us. I know niggas like that in the hood. They know you don't want no smoke with them, and they don't want to look like they just outright bullying you. So niggas, they'll make it look like you did something, nigga. Now we got the, you know.
Yeah, I just thought about something too. So they had the camera supposedly on the shooter, right? So why they never showed the video of when he was actually shooting? They just showed, oh look.
No, they got the video to where the bullet hit Charlie Kirk in the middle of his sentence, but you can't see the shooter actually on camera.
That's what I'm saying.
But think about it, if they had that, they would literally be looking at the murder in real time. That'll be kind of, yeah.
But they showed a picture, like they had a camera that was pointed right there. It showed him on top of the building, and it showed him running down the building, right?
I know what you're talking about, but check this out. This what make me think about, because you own to something, Real Truth. I ain't discrediting you. You making me think. But here's my question for you. How do we know that the camera that caught him running off the building was in the location of where he actually took the shot? Maybe it was only able to capture him leaving from that particular point, but it don't represent.
That's a good point, Sanchez.
No, listen. What did they stop it? Then start it because they showed the area that he's supposed to have been in. Then he ran across and came down the left.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
been rolling the whole time.
I get you, but I don't think the camera was pointed at the exact location where he took the shot at, even though it did point at a location where they caught him getting a. I can't really say that. Well, I can't say. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna tell you why that's hard for me to believe. Cause the footage start with him running into camera view, running into it and out of it. That meant that the scene that they captured, he was running away from the actual shooting scene. You get what I'm saying?
You talking about when he was coming down the ladder?
What I'm saying is, if the camera was pointed where he took the shot at, it wouldn't show him running from the scene. It'll show him breaking the gun down, putting it in his bag, getting up off his belly and all that.
Right. Where the satellites at? Don't they got satellites that get zoomed down and look at everything? Where they at now?
It just showed him running, which means it make you ask, where was he running from? Where he took the shot at. That's where he was running from when the camera caught him. See, he wasn't getting up from a location out there taking a shot, which make me think that the camera we saw wasn't at the exact location where he took the shot at.
Okay, I'll rest my case right there for a minute.
No, that makes sense though.
But I'm glad you brought that up though, because it needed to be clarified for sure.
Right. Gotcha.
Because my thing is this right here, right? Drones is cheap as hell. And we dealing with real millionaires. Ain't no way out the Trump getting shot at that last rally that I'm going anywhere with that bright red ass MAGA hat on with the shit y'all talking about, and I'm not security up. Because one thing we say about these rappers, where your security at? We say, man, y'all got all that jewelry, and y'all, don't we always say that? What was the boy PNB Rock? They said, man, he was up in the chicken and waffle joint. These rappers need to start investing more in security. Guess what I'm gonna tell you white folks? Charlie Kirk, should have invested more. Nah, this ain't. See, they gonna say I'm wrong. I'm telling y'all what the fuck we get told. And it's true. All of them need to invest more in security, cutting corners. I know, cause guess what y'all don't know? It's security is expensive. But guess what? Saying the type of shit Charlie Kirk say, it show you that speech ain't free in America. See, speech gonna cost you because you gonna have to pay for more security if you talking like Charlie Kirk. Whereas if you just cracking jokes or juggling motherfucking bowling pins, you don't need security. I'm just saying. But it shows you there's a problem in America with raising Americans with thin skin. When I was little, we can do your mama jokes. Today, a little nigga might shoot you in your face talking about his mama.
Hey,
Bro,
and
there was a whole MTV show about
Good point.
Let me say this right here, real quick. You know what else? They can make it a big spectacle that we're saying what we don't like, right? But I mean, they can make it a big spectacle about what they don't like, right? Because he was saying a lot of stuff that black people didn't like. But as soon as we say something about what he liked, you know, about him, then they come at us sideways. Let me fall back again.
They should say that he making himself a target. Why they ain't saying that? He making himself a target by wearing a MAGA hat because Trump, he the president and he got taken out. They try to take him out. So if you supporting that, you should be. They should say, "Oh, you making yourself a target."
At this point, bro, MAGA is a gang. Like that's what I'm saying. People was tripping when I said Charlie Kirk just another dead gang member. He was a blood, and if the liberal killed him, that was the Crip, the red and blue nigga. They doing shootings and shit like ain't no different. Right.
Good point.
That's facts. And the last words out of that man's mouth was it gang related? And then
Yep.
And then and he's a damn gangster. And he wears. Think about it. If you with MAGA, you would never see none of them wear no blue. Because they literally gang banging and they wear red, nigga, because this is what they gang. These gangs have different values. They have a color to represent their gang. Bro, politics is gang banging in America at this point because once your son say, look, daddy, I'm going into politics. I'm gonna be the best person in the MAGA administration. I'm a conservative. I want to be a black Republican. Guess what I gotta tell my son? Son, I love you, and I hope you live long, because what you telling me is you finna be a blood. Them Crips don't like y'all. Trump getting shot. Listen, Trump. Listen, Trump getting shot at every day. Charlie Kirk just got the block spun on him. Son, you want to join blood, huh? Yeah, daddy, I want to be a conservative.
They don't want you talking like that, Sanchez.
You see what I'm saying?
Check this out. They've been grooming us. They've been grooming us the whole time. I'm getting ready to flip it. Go to a Baltimore game or whatever football game you want to go to with the opposite jersey on and get in there and just acting crazy. Boy,
That's what I
everybody.
said earlier. I said that earlier.
They've been grooming us a long time.
Yeah. Yep. It's all psyops, man. This versus that. My team, your team, yep.
All the owners are sitting back just laughing.
Oh, facts. Oh, matter of fact, bro, I'm not finna keep doing no reading. We know they shouldn't have done none of that, black girl.
Like a superintendent of a school system. I mean, these are the people who are responsible for caring for us when we're hurt, for teaching our children, for educating the next.
And you telling me that because of that, they don't have the right to freedom of speech. So what are they telling us? If you want to make it up to high positions of power in America, shut your damn mouth. That's what I'm hearing. What y'all hearing? Want to make sure we hearing it, because you need an interpreter for this stuff.
I think it's all about the adrenaline. I think it goes back to them ancient tech guys you're talking about. They need to summon these beings.
No, bro.
And while the
don't quit doing me like that, my brother. Come on, man.
Children.
Why he keep doing me like that, man? Huh? Come on, brother. Hey, man, much love, bro, and respect, but you don't do me like that, man. Because, listen, I want to make this shit so simple. It's so simple. The psyop and agenda, I'm pointing it out, that we ain't got to go back to ancient tech, bro. We ain't got to do some of this overly deep stuff. Listen, I'm the deepest nigga on the panel. I ain't even trying to play with y'all. I know that sound egotistical. When it come to syncretism and seeing, listen, bro, that's maybe my ego, but I feel like I'm the deepest nigga on the panel. And guess what? Even I know when it's time that I ain't even gotta be that. Some shit be simple. Like, for example, let's say a police pull me over. They don't got no probable cause and they give me a hard time, and I just so happen to be a black man driving a Rolls Royce. Do I gotta bring up Kundalini, chakra shit, or ancient anything? Or can I simply say, nigga, this is racial profiling. You don't think a nigga's supposed to be driving this kind of car? I'm a dope boy now, huh? Simple, right? Do I gotta get deep? Everything don't mean I gotta get deep. Now do it, y'all. Is that right or wrong?
Nah, yeah, you're right. Some shit is just like some real shit. Some other shit, yeah, I agree.
That's right.
Like this is like reality right here.
Now,
Yo, someone
cut and dry.
Real quick,
Yeah,
real quick. Somebody drew on the screen. Can you erase it?
Yeah, I hate when they do that. I wish it'd tell you who do it, but I don't know why people do that, man. It's digital vandalism.
Can you get rid of it, please? It's kind of distracting.
Yeah, I will. I can disable annotations for others. And let me see if I can delete all of them too while I'm at it. But y'all go right ahead, next person, man. There y'all go. Who want the mic next? Come on now. F. Hutton was good, bro. Salutes too for joining. For rejoining because you was on a okay.
Yeah, man. I had got kicked out a couple of times, man. But yeah, man, y'all really up here cooking. You crazy though. But now look, you right. It really ain't, it's one thing, to come up here and spit the deep stuff and whatever, get off your stuff when it's time. But at a certain point, I guess what's going on with what I'm hearing is you done broke this shit down so much that it really ain't too much that nobody can say. Because I've been sitting in the back listening. I'm waiting on the opportunity to come in and talk about some racist bullshit that we see going on, especially when it pertains to freedom of speech and oppression and things like that. But you killing it so much that it really ain't much to say. But I will jump in and say this: that basically what they just did is they just said, yeah, us, but not you. If you want to sum it all up, they say, yeah, we can say, I mean, because look at it. What's going on is everybody is saying this. F Charlie Kirk. F Charlie Kirk. Because we feel like Charlie Kirk was saying F other people. So when you go to somebody and you say, hey, what do you think about reparations? I'm going to speak from my perspective. Because like I said, I've listened to Charlie Kirk since he's been popping. I always go check him out. And anything they got to do with debate, I pop in and I check it out because I like to hear the different points people debate from.
But
so I say, hey, what do you think about reparations? And he goes, why should you wasn't there? You didn't get, nothing happened to you, and I didn't do nothing. So why should anybody get anything?
Yeah.
And then I feel like that's fuck you. I feel like Charlie Kirk said, no, fuck EF.
Yeah, that's right.
So
and you know what make it, and I'm going to give it right back, what make it even deeper, they don't tell the Jews that we're in debt to Israel. We've sold this country out to Israel, and their atrocities didn't even take place on American soil, and we still dedicated to keep funding them. But we telling, he the same man that'll tell black folks, no, get over it, but not Israel, get over it. And they children didn't go through none of, they children today wasn't in the Holocaust. Why we still enriching them?
Exactly. That's my exact point. They only say that to us. And so when he come out and they say, F E.F. Hutton, then I feel like, look, when somebody come out and they say F Charlie Kirk, well, here's the thing. I never said anybody should not get reparations, but Charlie Kirk has said that anybody should be able to say anything. So it's so unbalanced that what they're saying is if this man stands for something, and you do the thing that he stands for, you're wrong. You're dead ass wrong because you're not in this same, it's like somebody said earlier. Oh, no, you wasn't on the stream. It was another stream. But they say, like, hey, look, if you get up in the morning and your mama didn't take, she get you to school late. She didn't get gas in the car. So she had to stop and get gas. And you get to school later. You say, man, mama, you should have got gas last night. Mama gonna say, boy, get your ass in that schoolhouse. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna call them folks. No, you gotta come in and write me a letter. Nah, boy, get in that schoolhouse. I'm gonna call them. I ain't getting out here in my house coat. Now you gotta do what she say do, even though she knows that she was wrong for what she did. You can't tell her what she's supposed to do. You need to do what she said do. And that's kind of the situation, how they treating us. They saying that, look, we're going to tell you what we're going to do, and you just follow along. You don't got no rights to tell us shit. And so even if he stood for this thing, even if he stood, Elon bought the whole damn Twitter. The whole damn Twitter, because he said he wanted free speech. But now, on the back end, everybody's saying free speech is the thing. But now when it's black people, free speech is the thing for everybody but y'all. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to land. I put on my tinfoil hat. I wear a tinfoil hat every day, man. So I'm going to say this and I might get some backlash because I'm a conspiracy theorist at heart. But not only do I think, it's so many ways that this could have been played out. Like, because I heard you saying yesterday, they following a script. And they're trying to perpetuate something to the point of this might be a false flag, a sacrifice, a psyop, whatever you want to call it, because they might be trying to initiate some kind of civil unrest or whatever. But I think it's so deep that like you were saying about the taking away your rights. Check this out, because this is where I'm gonna land at. When they start to be able to, because they're gonna govern your ability to speak and say what you want to say. Now, once they do that, I'm going to tell you the next step. Now, they can listen to your thoughts, your inner voice. Listen to what I'm saying. I want people to hear me clear. They can listen to your inner voice from 20, 30, 40 yards away, 50 yards away. When I say your inner voice, I mean like when you read and you don't say nothing out loud, they can hear that. They can listen to that with the supersonic ear, whatever that shit is, they can hear that shit. They can listen to you from wherever they want to listen to you from. So once they have got you to where they pass this law, and they're going to go under the guise of, you can't talk about dead people, or you can't talk about dead people. Then it's going to be, you can't talk about politicians. Then it's going to be, you can't talk about law enforcement. But all that stuff is going to be in the opening, and in the fine print, it's going to be, you can't say XYZ. We have the right to govern you at any time if we feel like you're saying XYZ, and if you might have said XYZ in the past. We got the right to govern.
And now, what are we talking about? A government that's surveilling and policing the people now, just like China. And that's what I was telling them. And I was saying, like, when they bring it in, we ain't going to see it because it's going to be some emotional situation that make you actually ask them to bring it in.
Exactly. And it's going to get to the point to where you can't even whisper to your people in your house without them being able to come in your house and arrest you. And that's what we're fighting against. And overall, we're fighting against the fact that they're trying to oppress us to the martial, like they talk about martial law. It's going to be worse than martial law. It's going to be, have y'all seen Equilibrium? Have y'all ever saw Equilibrium in the movie?
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to make it that.
That's the end goal. But martial law is the beginning goal. That they got, that ain't the end goal. Martial law ain't the end goal. It's the beginning of the end. I'm gonna play this real quick. Candace Owens need to sit her ass down. I'm so fucking tired of Candace Owens, man. She's such a distraction and a fucking agent. I don't understand how these people are popular. Why do we care what these agents got to say?
Conservative commentator Candace Owens alleges that billionaire Bill Ackman pressured Charlie Kirk to visit Israel during a tense Hamptons lunch with Babylon Bee CEO Seth Dillon, claiming threats were made and Kirk was offered a large sum of money just weeks before his tragic death on September 10th. Owens says Kirk was reconsidering his stance on Israel.
They now want to make him out to be some righteous martyr. I can't stand this female dog. I don't understand how people fall for Candace Owens. They want to make it like he was standing up against Israel, and guess what? the agenda of Israel is to divide black people with white people, to take the country over. That part. And guess what? That's what this is doing. That's what Charlie Kirk was about, division. He was part of the Zionist divisive agenda in selling the toxic indoctrination to the poor whites.
And what you think about this though? If they get white people all in a hoorah, and then they point them at Israel as the enemy, because that's what she's doing. She's saying, you know, my investigation is going to point us to Bibi Netanyahu.
I want to say something real quick. White people already been mad at Israel just like black people. See, the sentiment of the poor white American is that the Zionist Jews have ruined America. They've been feeling that way. That's why they fucking with Trump, because Trump was supposed to be the one to clean up the deep state, to go against the small hats, right? So Candace Owens playing into that. She knows that these white folks beefing with the small hats just like us. So she want to make it like, well, Charlie Kirk was going against the small hats when he was really a puppet with selling their agenda of division. Same thing with Trump. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, brother. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Either what you're saying, basically the same thing. Yeah. Same bird. Do two different wings.
They got to put the narrative. They can't see. It ain't gonna be about. Now think about how we know Candace Owens full of shit. She's saying before Charlie Kirk died, he was going after Israel. But the dude that shot him was in a relationship with a transgender. So listen, did he get killed for being anti-transgender or anti-Semitic?
Whoa. Good point.
Yo, that's a bomb.
Whoa, Sanchez.
See what I'm saying? Double talk.
Yeah. No, but you hit the head on the nail when you was talking about how they tell us, you know, that we need to stand down on all our positions, but they won't say it to nobody else. You see what I'm saying? So like I say, it all go full circle, because as soon as we start standing up and we start saying something, then they say, oh no, that don't apply to y'all. So we say, hey, look, reparations. Then they point to the Jews. Then we come back and we say, yeah, but y'all gave them money. So it's like one big circle of white supremacy, and they tighten their circle on us, and we go right in the middle to the point to where, you know, I was just finna go there. When this dude come out and he do what he did, next thing you know, black people start getting hung for it. We have nothing to do with it.
Shout out to Marlon Wells. Salutes for being part of Fedora Gang. He said, First and Second Amendment rights on the line, flat power, that's facts. The reason I put this dude face up, I want y'all to look at this dude face. While y'all look at his face, I'm finna show you how we know Candace Owens full of shit. This is a white boy, right? We talking poor white boy. He the type white boy that'll be out there at a MAGA convention because his family is conservative Republicans, but he's gay. So this is a weird situation. He's from a conservative MAGA family, but he's gay, and they say he got liberal ways. But see, the far right who's in power don't want to admit that a child that was raised by far right parents turned out to be a gay terrorist. Because they keep blaming black people on being gay violent people, like niggas in Atlanta, right? Because they saying you ain't got a daddy in a household. But here you got this gay off the chain. See, the right trying to make it like there's a problem with violent black people, violent transgenders in America right now that we got to do something about. This what they was spewing before the Charlie Kirk shit. Y'all do know this, right? So it's crazy that the shooter is a gay dude that was raised by conservatives and MAGA people. Now think about it. The MAGA people in power don't want that to get out. They wanted to turn this into a lefty, blackety black thing, even though the shooter was white. I'm showing y'all why. Look at this dude's face. Do he look like he would assassinate someone for the Jews? This dude look like he hate the Jews. Come on now. Do he look like an assassin for the small hats? You coming from a poor white family of conservatives, and conservative white people beefing with the small hats. That's why they love Trump. They think he's gonna basically be the president to get rid of the deep state agenda. He was raised by people like that. So what make most sense? Him being gay, killing Charlie Kirk for being anti-Semitic or anti-transgender? I say anti-transgender because this don't look like a Zionist assassin. Come on, bro. This look like a Dylan Roof type white boy.
You know it's bullshit. Nobody.
Candace Owens full of shit.
Nobody knows what this mystery transgender person looks like, bro. It's made up, dog.
But you know what's crazy? Candace Owens is so against the Jews in Israel, but she married to a Jewish man. I wonder what he think with her talking like that, because the Jews are the ones control media. They don't care that Candace Owens spewing that shit because that's part of their psyop. Think about it. You land up with a Jewish man and you trying to fake like you want to go against the small hats. That mean that the small hats is controlling the opposition. They even sleeping with the chicks that's acting like they got beef with the small hats. Come on now, America is a fucking shit show.
That's crazy.
Like, who finna lay up with a Jew every night, sucking on him and fucking on him, while going out every day acting like you anti-Semitic? We know you control the opposition. Why can't America see that?
100% she controlled the opposition. That's what I was just finna say, that you know, obviously she a plant. You know what I mean? Like, we use the word shield and plant a lot over here. And if it's anybody that's a shield in the plant, she that. And then she try to flip the script and then go back this way and go back that way. And you know what? I don't have a problem with her standing up for a dude that she considered a friend. And, you know, a lot of people coming out saying that they might have had a little thing on the side. I don't know if y'all seen that. It's giving side chick thing that's been going on about her.
She was sitting in his lap, dog.
Right. So, you know, they might have, I don't have no problem.
I told y'all she's a damn MAGA thought. She's a MAGA thought. I've been saying that.
Yeah. You know, I don't have no problem with her coming out about it, or her doing the investigation to find out what happened. You know, the thing that I have a problem with is, like we were saying yesterday, is disregarding the bigger issues, the issues of, I got some horns going on, I hope it ain't bothering the stream, but the issues of, you know, the rhetoric and how it's being spanned in the media, because obviously, you know, YouTube will censor anything. But they haven't censored anything. Nobody has gotten censored since this whole Charlie Kirk thing has started. Not the people on this side, not the people on that side. Both sides are being allowed to run rampant, say whatever they want to say, and it just seems like it's, you know, like some people say it's a distraction from what, I don't know, but it just seems like they're allowing this thing to get out of control. And I'm like, if we can get to the bottom of the why, that would be amazing. I don't think we will until it's too late. But if it's just about the freedom of speech, which it hardly is ever just about one thing, because we've heard freedom of speech, we've heard gun rights, you know, and all the things that go with it. But if we ever get to the why, I think it'll be too late. The coming together, which I'm with you about this, Sanchez. This has been one of the most black people have been together on any topic, even Black Lives Matter. You know, with George Floyd, black people wasn't together like this because it was still the people that stood on the outside. But now it's like everybody is together on this thing, and it's not just about what Charlie Kirk was saying, because overall, and I've heard somebody say this, he didn't just go around talking about black people. He was an elitist. He talked about everything that he disagreed with as if it was beneath him. That's the problem that was with Charlie Kirk. It was that you're wrong, I'm right, I'm not listening to you, I'm just going to prove you wrong. It's not an open conversation, which is the problem that I had with him. I can listen to anybody debate any topic as long as you're listening to the other side and you want to, you trying to learn from what they're saying and you're taking it into your to lexicon and you're trying to, you're trying to come to a solution. His thing was, I'm going to embarrass you, make you not feel like you know what you're talking about and not even care about what you're saying. That was the brashness that he had. And black people coming together saying, hey, look, if he stood for the freedom of speech and he had this kind of brashness, then we should be able to have this kind of brashness when it comes to our topics. This is what a solution is to me, is that we need to stand on when it comes to our topics, don't silence us. Because he had
and
that
let me
kind
say
of brashness when it came to his topics.
I want to have a conversation with all the brothers on this panel right now is very important. What do we say to black women who cape for Candace Owens, and when we point out that she's a MAGA whore who's laying with the enemy, they come and attack us like this one black woman, Sweet's, doing, right? She defending Candace Owens, and like she said, Candace Owens don't give a fuck about me, and that's my beef with Candace Owens. She act like she care about black people's problems while laying with their enemy, and she only bring up our issues to make us look bad, because like you said, the bitch don't really care about me or nobody else for that matter. So please, can we take about 5 minutes? What do y'all brothers think about black women who cape for women like Candace Owens, because they really, they're living vicarious through her. They want to be marrying into a rich white family and selling their own people out laying with the enemy too. So when you talk about Candace Owens, it's like you talking about Nicki Minaj, Cardi B. These are things that they aspire to be. And you crushing their dreams.
Let me kick it off. If she want to cape for Candace Owens, okay, cool. But don't come talking about that Candace Owens don't care about us. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, the problem is that you care, and I've heard you say this about Charlie Kirk, you care too much about these people who don't care about you, to where you will go on a platform where people are trying to come with solutions and topics that matter, and then you would try to defend somebody who gives no shits about you. Yeah. That's what I had to say.
Yeah, that's yeah. So that's what she doing. And notice that this woman didn't care about us mocking Charlie Kirk and none of that. But when we bring up Candace Owens, now you hating on her. It's black folks that really hate Charlie Kirk and they celebrating his death. That's okay. But me criticizing, now think about how sick this is, right? Black folks will celebrate Charlie Kirk's death, but defend Candace Owens when that's her best friend and they both say the same thing. That's what I was saying about black folks defending Charleston White while mocking Charlie Kirk's death. And bro, Charleston White say the same thing. Black folks will defend Thomas Sowell when Thomas Sowell is just a black Charlie Kirk. But they will mock Charlie Kirk's death and get mad at you for calling out the fact that Thomas Sowell is an agent. You hating on him. You see what I'm saying, y'all? It's crazy that anybody here would defend Candace Owens, but you ain't got no problem with mocking Charlie Kirk when Candace Owens would tell you that there is something wrong with you mocking Charlie Kirk. So you would have to defend Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, but they ain't doing that, which is weird because Candace Owens defending Charlie Kirk. They're mocking Charlie Kirk while defending Candace Owens. This is a crazy psyop, bro. It's fucking exhausting, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's so exhausting, man. It's a weird time to be an American. It don't make no sense. At least call me out for my statements on Charlie Kirk while you defend Candace Owens. But yeah, go ahead, man. Y'all go ahead.
You got to teach them how to make their points, Sanchez.
Yeah. Where they don't look disingenuous and like they're an idol worshiper. And then they turn it into, look at how much money she got and look at how much money you got. Guess what? Adolf Hitler had more money than all of us. Are you saying he's a better person than you? I'm going to tell you something with evil people. Evil people who sell their soul for money, they can never point you out how they benefiting their people. They can only point you out the money that they got for selling their people out. So they would always point out their jewelry, their clothes, what the devil gave them for being an agent against their own damn people. And then they will look at a person like me, Malcolm X, because guess what? Candace Owens got more money than Dr. Martin Luther King. What you saying? She better than him? Candace Owens got more money than George Washington Carver. So what? She land with a Jewish man. They didn't. They was for their people. You're promoting selling out when you bring up materialism. Puff Daddy had more money than me. That don't make Daddy a better man than me. He was a piece of crap. But people like you, y'all don't care about morals. You care about tax brackets. That's the same spirit that sold America out. That's why the people in power won't do what's right there, but they'll do what's profitable. I know you'll sell your soul. Let me find another video though. Oh, let's see what happened here anyway with this shit.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy. If I want to pull up out there blasting tip drill, I should be able to do that. You know, if I want to pull up with my loudspeaker like the Hebrews and say what kind of a pig Charlie Kirk was, that mob shouldn't lynch me. You feel me, y'all? But that's what happened to people, and the police supported it, like we back in Jim Crow days. Shout out to Marlon Wells. He said, they got us chasing our tails on this one, just saying, well, I ain't chasing my tail. That's one of the ones you got to speak for yourself, Marlon Mar. Much love, brother. I ain't chasing my tail. I'm spewing nothing but facts and truth, and I got my fucking knee on the devil's neck right now, motherfucking flat power.
Yeah.
Ain't no chasing no tail with me. I know exactly what I'm doing in the mission. But there are some people that maybe I can't speak for them. I can only tell you I'm not, but let's go.
Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother
The oceans white with foam. God bless America.
I will pull up, bump, and wait till I get my money right. Da-da-da-da-da! Loud as hell in the middle of this whole shit. Get money, babe. Da-da-da-da-da. Just the most random shit. I will pull up, bumping. Just the most random shit, loud as hell, right in the middle of that shit. You know why? Take him out the hood, leave him good.
You have.
Oh, shit. Hey, what would y'all bump just saying the most random shit? If you bought it, just say you bought it. Hey, I'll pull up with the most random shit. Shawty, sing it to me, girl. Oh, 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 oh.
Bless America, my home.
Darling night. I like
it.
You're doing Christmas carols.
I like them what up, panel? People's in the chat.
What's good, Molly Mar? What's good, bro? Appreciate you, man.
Man, the reason why I say they got us chasing our tail, because I still believe like the PSYOP was the whole distraction. That was a hit. I mean, perfect shot, killed him almost instantly, And you know, they're out here arresting people, like you said, for exercising their freedom of speech. That's the
For
First
sure.
Amendment. You know what I'm saying? And if they'll arrest you, which is a violation of the First Amendment, then the First Amendment is gonna get modified. Trust and believe that. And they're gonna go after the Second Amendment. But all of this right now is distracting from what they really doing over there. They don't want us focus on that. They want that to be a blind eye to that.
And Stephen A. Smith, who's going to be with.
No, you right though. Salutes to that. I don't know.
They
go ahead.
do us like this all the time, though. They do us like this all the time. They get us going in the wrong direction. You know, just like with the good cop, bad cop politicians we got, they banging and they pretending to be fighting each other, but they're all in there inside trading. They're all in there getting richer than rich. You know, and they tax cuts no matter who in office. Who get the tax cuts, no matter if it's Republican or Democrat. How they always get that accomplished, you know?
They need our attention. That's why. They need that. That's what they need, our attention. They need our attention.
That's what they got with this.
The people that got arrested, that so-called got arrested for speaking out, man, they're my crisis actors. Come on now. Stop it now.
Okay.
Stop. You don't really believe all of this is crisis act. That the so-called murderer of Kirk or whatever, crisis actor. This
Okay, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can, Mr. Sanchez.
After you say that to the people, then what?
Quit giving them your attention.
So
that's what I'll say. Because that's what they want.
So watch this, right? I'm gonna tell you why. Hold up, bro. You answered it. Let me respond to it. You said they want my quit giving you attention. Here's my thing to you. Your strategy has never worked and never will. Because simply telling someone, don't pay attention, ain't gonna work. They ain't gonna listen to you, bro. They gonna watch the news. They gonna say, look, this black man just got hung. And if you show up and say, it's fake, it's a psyop, it's a crisis actor, ignore it. They might even get physical with you, some of them. And what I'm telling you, your method will never work. Your shit is like a fairy tale, right? That's why I'm glad I am who I am, because I know how to get through to the people. I'm going to tell you right now, you should watch what I'm doing, and you should not only give this stuff your attention, you should be so intelligent that you can tell a person who giving it their attention, listen, bro, this is what you looking at. Here go the agenda for it. They want Americans to fight each other so they can bring in this rule to make this happen so they can get us to this end goal, to that. See how intelligent that sound? But no, you can't even hate, bro. That sounds very... Tell me that don't sound like a man that know what he talking about versus, hey, bro, you see what I'm saying, bro? But it sounds so much better when you talking to a child and just, son, don't give it your attention.
Exactly.
Now, Pat, don't give it to it. I don't want you to teach me about attention. No. We don't want to talk about attention. We don't want to talk about attention. You know what I want to talk about? Your ability that when you say some psyop, to not just tell a person don't give it their attention. I'm going to tell you that's lazy as fuck. When you say some psyop, you need to give it all your attention and break it down to the person how it's a psychological operation. That's once you make a claim that it's a psyop, you owe it your attention now. Now you just became a teacher. You can't say that and just walk away, now ignore it. I said it's a psyop, now don't think about it no more. Just take my word and don't think about it no more. You sound like you starting a religious cult. When you make a claim, you now have the ability to educate on what you said. It's a psyop, right? Tell them what is the psychological operation, what's the agenda they trying to bring forth, all that, and that's what we doing. And in order to do that, I gotta give it my damn attention. Guess what? People who say don't give it their attention, they don't have the intellectual ability to go beyond just saying it's a psyop. It's a psyop. And if you say, okay, break that down. Nope, just don't give it your attention. Because I said it's a psyop. Now let's talk about chakras. That's a cop-out, bro. Tell me I ain't lying. That's a fucking cop-out.
Now deal with that.
There's two types of attention. Like the attention
Oh, here we go.
I'm giving it too because I've been on these panels.
Bro, you see what he doing?
Types of attention. There's two types of attention, is what I'm saying. I'm saying don't give your attention
I'm not
to it.
talking
You're
about
emotionally involved. And you don't
I'm
know
not talking, bro. I disagree. I'm saying whatever you get involved with, put your all into it. Put fire behind it. Do it like Malcolm X did it. I totally disagree with you. I don't give a fuck if it's playing a game of football. Get emotional with it. Get passionate about it. Put your emotions all the way into it, or don't do it at all, or don't do it.
I ain't mean to cut y'all, broski.
No, you
not
got
only
it.
that though, but to say don't give your attention to it. Two things: you wouldn't know it was a psyop if every time something you learned was a psyop, you just didn't pay attention to it. The way you notice something is because you witnessed it a lot of times. So the first thing is, like Sanchez said, when you notice a psyop, that's when you watch, because that's when you learn. There's no psyop class that you took to allow you to notice when something is a psyop. You just saw it happen a bunch of times in America and you able to identify it. That's cool, but give it your attention. That way you can learn from it. The second thing is, if somebody give you an opportunity to come up and educate people on the psyop, why is a psyop, the different things you can recognize from it being a psyop and the different things you can learn from it. Then you don't just go up and say, don't give it your attention. Now, maybe you're saying that the solution to stopping them from orchestrating these psychological operations on us is to not give it our attention. And that would be a very strong point.
But let me say something to that,
but you have to clarify it.
Hold up, let me break something down. Let's deal with reality, right? What are the chances of me telling every American to turn their TV off versus me deciphering from them the agenda, what's going on their TV? What better chances I got? I'm telling you right now, the better chance, you ain't finna make everybody ignore the fucking news, dude. You're fucking stupid if you think that. I'm telling you, you ain't thinking realistic. You thinking like a child, and it's getting frustrating. Ignore it. Good fucking luck with that. People didn't buy TVs to turn them motherfuckers off. So guess what you gotta do? At least show them the propaganda that you just made the claim about. You can't tell them that shit fake. Throw your TV away. You sound stupid. You sound like a fucking fairy tale world. I'm telling you, it's impossible, nigga, for you to get people to throw their TVs and phones and unplug from this shit. It's fucking impossible. Guess what is possible, though? For you to get them to see that what they saying and how it's being used against them, which is what I do. I know I ain't gonna get them motherfuckers to throw away that expensive TV hanging on their wall that's on channel CNN right now. They gonna suck it up. I got a better chance of educating them on the bullshit behind what they saying and debunking it head on, and some of y'all too lazy to do that. You know damn well you ain't gonna get them to cut their TV off. You just think you just trying to run from a debate. You're trying to run from the fight. Yes, it sucks. It's exhausting to talk about black and white shit. Yes, I'd rather be talking about deep shit, but you ain't better than me, nigga. I'm deep as hell. I make sacred geometry shit every day. If I know that it's time to turn that off and deal with race issues, you ain't smarter than me. I've already thought this shit through. I know it ain't realistic to make these people get rid of TVs tomorrow, but I can make them start questioning what they see on the TV today. Smart motherfucking guy. Quit doing that on my, and I ain't gonna keep telling you that. It's getting fucking frustrating now.
Checkmate. You ain't even got to get frustrated. Don't even get mad. They trying to get you off your square, but you ain't going nowhere.
Sanchez, remember earlier when you brought up the fact that, you know, whole white people is just as in the slave position as us, and if they can keep them against us and keep the peoples divided, just like what Elon, first thing he said is, this is left. He didn't say it was a black-white thing. He said it left because he wanted everybody over there on the other side. They want to keep that divide so they stay in power. If we ain't, if we tied to a party, that's why I just went in and took my name off the Democrat list, registered as an independent. If we just made that chess move, they got to react. It's their turn to make a move. Now they got to figure out what to do, whether we vote or not. We done told them we on to you. We done told them, and if they say we 13%, so 13% of our population here just sign out of that duopoly. Sign out of that, even whether they never vote or not. They got to come up with a new plan. They're going to be worried about that, because what if them niggas come back and actually vote together? They could swing an election. With they 50-50, they could swing an election. But they ain't worried about us getting together because they figure that all they got to do is distract us. And then let us fight it out.
That's exactly what happened.
So that's my opinion. That why they would do something like this. Because they know they can rile up one side. And then we arguing all about the wrong thing. Because it ain't one of us that did that. But if we saying, ooh, or we ain't, or they focusing on somebody who's actually, enjoying, acting like they enjoyed it. You know what I mean? That's fucked up, but it's their right to be speaking their mind. But at the same time, it separates a whole bunch of people that's in the same boat. So they rocking that boat, and they're gonna tip that boat in instead of just removing. What is the man in power fear the most? Losing power. Okay, so they're gonna do stuff to divide the masses. What do they fear most? Trump ain't even eligible for another term, but if he can create chaos and martial law, he can be just like his buddy over there in small hat land. Because he's supposed to have been out of office over there. Been out of office, but as long as he keep a war going, he's using a war power act to stay in office like a king. Trump got the same fantasy on his mind. That's just my opinion.
I agree with
Well,
that.
try to pull these people away from Democrats on the outside is like trying to pull a tooth out of a well, bro. You can't
The
tell
poor
them nothing.
people should dump both of them. That's what you ain't understood. The poor people should dump both of them.
Yes.
The poor people should dump both of them. I don't care which side you on. I don't care if you're in the Klan. You should be. If you ain't rich, you should dump both of them.
But you know
And
what?
that's the only way you're gonna get a different outcome.
It's not our demographic that wouldn't have voted for Cornel West or for whoever. It's the people that's older than us. Our parents are just not gonna vote Republican. Period. If you grew up Democrat,
I'm not asking them to do that. I'm asking them to vote independent.
No.
So you got to start over.
No, hear me out.
Hear me out.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I don't know how old you are, but have you talked to your dad about it?
Okay. I haven't talked to my dad on this specific topic, but I'm almost 60, bro. I was born 2 years after civil rights. My sister was born without it.
So you're a little older, a little bit smarter. But my mom and dad is, pushing close to 80, and they religious voters, and they are not. There's nothing you can tell them that's going to make them give.
The fear of God can make people do foolish things.
Here's the thing: you're not going to say anything that would make them give Trump a chance to get in office. So if you say let's vote independent, and they're going to say, well, they're just going to put Trump in office. If you say, well, no, it's nothing that you can convince them. Like, because I had this conversation ad nauseum with my parents this year about holding your vote, voting independent. We talked about all that. And not one person older in my family was going to budge from voting Democrat because they wanted to give every inch of power from keeping Trump from getting in office that they could.
Did you step away from the party of promises? Did you actually step away and become independent? See, once it's on paper, they have to count that shit. Whether you vote or not, that's a game. They went independent, they went, whoa, wait. Who they gonna vote for? So they don't know which side to pump up. It's a chess move.
I've always been independent.
And you can't expect everybody to do it because you said so.
I've
But you got to
always been
plant
in the
that in their head that, there is another option. See, as long as you feel like you only got the good cop or the bad cop, you got to pick one of the badges. So, that I ain't in for the promises no more. Whether I vote or not, my name ain't on the list for one of them. So, I mean, they have to wonder who I'm gonna vote for. But as long as you're registered, they know that all they got to do is make you a promise. And that's it. And then they can blame the other side for not letting them get their promise to you. And that's what they've been doing for years to us, the left. And then we getting lumped in with this dude, like Elon Musk saying, look, it's the left. And this dude was ironically always putting down our parents. The person you're talking about, this dude was putting down our parents all the time, saying they ain't raising their kids right. Just like Sanchez said, they ain't raising their kids right. That's why they on the bottom. So, and then you said, it's a Bible thing, and all these people going to church and they're gonna vote this certain way, and with the kids is they got a different mindset. They're not. Everything is different from when we grew up. So we got to start strategizing in a different way, and it's a coalition of the willing. If you're willing to challenge this system, then you at least, you know what I'm saying? Whether you make progress the first time, the second time, the third time. We didn't get civil rights until the 60s. That is really not that long ago. That's a one lifetime ago. Everybody act like this was 100, 200 years ago we got civil rights. Nah. We're supposed to forget all the pain in between, all the pain going backward. They want to eliminate that from history.
right.
And act
That's
like
facts.
we just bad people by nature. That's how they want to act, like we just evil by nature. Like there wasn't no underlying system. There wasn't no slavery. There wasn't no all that stuff. Oh, like they have nothing to do with it. They had nothing to do with it because that was our ancestors. But Israel get reparations for getting criticized by the students, and the school pay reparations to Israel. Make that make sense?
Yeah,
I mean,
all this stuff.
we weren't making this stuff up. That was the atrocities that were done to us were much worse than us mocking somebody's death. I mean, the list is long. Okay, they bombed the city in America, and the survivors didn't get nothing when they went to trial for reparations. So when they sued for reparations, they were still living as survivors of the Oklahoma bombing. They didn't get nothing. Why? Because the people in power ain't afraid of losing power, because they don't expect you and all the other poor people around you, red, black, white, brown, or the other, to ever get together and vote your economic base. So you get tax cuts, no matter who's in office. They don't expect us to ever achieve that, because they can always race bait and then take out the race baiter and blame the other side.
Yeah, a lot of their children don't understand, like you just said, we didn't get the civil rights movement going until the 60s, which that was a psyop too, I'll say. And on top of that, as soon as that happened, it's like the drugs hit us, right? So it's like we kind of got up and then we got pushed right back down again. And, all those laws that they started making, the Clintons and just everything just been back to back to back. They don't understand all that. And they still try to look at
Three
it.
strikes, the super predator, and not
the
three
children of
strikes and the super
children of the
predator.
crackheads.
Yeah,
man.
What did they call them? They had a name. Crack babies.
Crack babies.
Wasn't that what they used to call them? Yeah,
And now you
So,
having these children, they having children, and they affected by those drugs. It's like, man, it's back to back. They just really don't get it, man.
we got to stop playing checkers with them and play chess. They playing chess. We playing checkers. If you, hey, and that's with both sides. They need to just, if you ain't in the income bracket where you're comfortable, because the people that's comfortable ain't gonna do nothing like that. They're comfortable. But the people that's on the bottom, there's more. There's way more of them. There's millions and millions more on the bottom.
And that's
Both
and
sides
that's
of the
another
aisle.
thing. That's another thing. They take our strongest and our uh, uh more intelligent, and they put them in these militaries and these colleges, and then they start getting these good paychecks or traveling the world, and they don't even come back to their hood, man. They don't even come back and try to help the people that are down. Like they get this blind eye, like they better than everybody else in society. And
Oh, the
so when
military?
I'm talking about, the ones that go to college, that get bougie, that start making money, they
Oh,
become,
I get you.
yeah,
But
they don't
that's
come
but
back.
that's the
It's
same
the,
thing
it's
as
the
with
poor and the rich. Ain't even no
the
middle
people
class
that
no
get
more.
rich. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Ain't
They
no
that's what I'm
get
rich.
saying.
rich, but
All
they
those
don't go
bright
back where
minds,
they was.
all those bright minds and all those strong people that went in the military that belong to our families, they never come back to strengthen us. And that's a part of the problem too. That's what I was pointing out. Go ahead.
That don't sound like a broad mind to me. Sound like an indoctrinated mind.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But that's
They
from
go and
A1 through
indoctrinated.
school though. That's
Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
from all the way through the education and everything else that you get. You know.
Think about the Greek fraternities and people that always want to pledge for Greek. It's people that went. It's so many people, right? That went to that pledged Greek and went to HBCU, quote unquote, and don't even know that Spelman is named after Rockefeller wife, but it's the HBCU. They don't even know that.
Mm.
You see what I'm
I
saying?
didn't know it. I didn't know it.
They don't even know Spelman is named after his wife. So how is that an HBCU? Because she paid for it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's already be a control opposition that just be
Yeah.
representing for us, but they already compromised. You see what I'm
And
saying?
that's why I said earlier, people that want to be stupid now of days, they deserve it because the information's out here. And
They don't really want to be, not to cut you, but they don't want to be stupid. They stupid because they just like we say, we got smartphones with dumb people. How many people remember cell phones? I mean, remember phone numbers anymore.
right,
You don't even
right.
remember your mama number because you got a picture of her and you save in the contacts. People don't even remember numbers no more. They got smartphones with dumb people. So
Well,
that's
that
what they just
generation stopped.
perpetuating
Yeah, that
ignorance.
generation stopped with my generation. You know what I'm saying? We were the first ones. They started giving us the beepers, and the cell phone was in the car and all that other stuff. And
But at least
yeah,
we used to remember numbers back then. I remember we used to
that's what I'm saying.
remember numbers
Yeah,
by money, $70.50, or make numbers in code. Like if your number is 2038, we'll put the 2 and then put the 3 and then the 0, then the 8. Like each number, second number is a number behind. Like we used to do stuff like that, do cool stuff, and hide
mm-hmm.
numbers in codes and stuff like that. Now
Mm-hmm.
somebody get locked up and don't realize they don't know no numbers till they get locked up, and then they don't know nobody's number to call.
right. They be lost, man. That's
Can't think
scary,
of
bro.
nobody number. Like, damn, I don't know
And then
nobody number.
listen, they isolating us even more. Why did they just take away all the corner cell phone? I mean the corner phones. Like you ain't got no cell phone, you can't even make a call.
All the
You know
payphones,
what I'm
right?
saying?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the phones. Yeah.
So who asked them to really take them away? It was just a part of a plan, a bigger plan. You know what I'm saying?
Yup,
It's just
you're right,
crazy.
brother.
If you start paying attention to every little thing that they took away from us, bro.
It's crazy because the Matrix, that's the first scene with the phone
But it
call.
ain't really. It's not us taking away.
Yep.
It's us willingly giving it away and don't know it. Because we used to watch cable TV, but now everybody paying for apps now. It's still cable, but it's now you paying for your cable on getting different apps to watch your show now. You
And
see
then
what I'm
they
saying?
fooled you. Then they fooled you
And it's
and
not
thought
really
you had
live.
a
You
better
know,
one.
like when you're streaming, it's recorded and played back.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yup, and nothing
Yeah.
be live. It be pre-recorded. That's facts. That's facts,
Hey,
brother.
everybody was thinking they had satellite TV. Them dishes it was wires hooked up to the thing.
Oh yeah, that part. Yeah.
The
Hey,
blind
hey,
leading
you
the
know how much
blind.
money they
Ignorance is
made?
bliss. What you
You know
say?
how much money they made? You know how much money they made off of having people think they was getting internet TV and it was just wires running off of the thing. I'm like, if that was a satellite, bro, it wouldn't have no wires hooked up to it. Don't you think so?
Think about what they
And
did though. Just like
when
how
you drive through the mountains,
they destroyed the blimps and made aviation. They destroyed
They destroying the airplanes now.
yeah, but they did that to make the blimps. They destroyed what I was about to say. They
You was trying to put
destroyed
it in order.
they destroyed the blimps to put us in the plane. Now
And then now they're doing the
they
crashing the planes and they trying to put us in the
right.
drone. Yeah,
You
because
know,
China got
yeah.
a drone taxi service now.
they destroyed cab companies and made Uber. See what I'm
Right.
saying? Like
Yeah.
it used to be cab companies, you know what I'm saying? But then they made now you can
Yellow
just go in there
cab.
and pick your driver and pick you up. But the
Mhm.
craziest thing in the world was to me was back in the year 2000, if you walk up the street with a mask on your face or inside a building with a mask on your face, you would
Oh
get
my God.
locked up. You'll get locked up. Now they
Yeah.
mandate people to wear masks. Everybody can just wear masks freely now. What the hell?
That was a
Before, if you
setup.
walk in a bank with a mask on, you asking to go to prison. But now you could just freely walk with a mask on.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And people talk. I hate to see people that be driving in the car by themselves with a mask on around nobody. And
They're gonna make us
I asked them one question: what's the biggest organ on your body? They don't even know it's their skin. So you
Right.
covering your
mhm.
mouth, and you still could get stuff to get in your skin.
Yeah.
Pathogens
And
could get on your legs or your arms and stuff. So you're not
You can
protecting yourself from nothing. You just making yourself can't breathe, and you get sick by hyperventilating because you breathing in your own air all day. And I forgot what you
breathing in
call it,
carbon
but it's
monoxide.
very unhealthy
oxygen deprivation.
to be breathing in your own. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're reducing the amount of oxygen you naturally, need by
And
covering your face.
people that got the walkie still getting sick. So y'all did all that to get the walkie, and you still got it. Like that, what was the purpose of doing that?
Mm.
The purpose was money.
I was gonna lose my job, man. They told me I would lose my job if I ain't did it.
Yep,
So
same
you did
nothing.
all
Same.
that, and ain't nothing changed. And then the same thing as just like when they was talking about it every day, and then when it happened with George Floyd, that thing happened with George Floyd for 3 days. They didn't talk about it. They didn't talk about the C for 3 days. They actually forgot. Like, oh snap, we forgot to keep promoting the Rona. So now
Yeah.
we got to talk about it again because we weren't talking about it for 3 days, and now
That's how they lost track.
it done disappear. When back in the
That's how they
day,
lost track.
nobody could be six. Everybody had to be 6 feet apart. Nobody be around each other. Now everybody they doing concerts again. Everybody around each other. Nobody getting sick the next day. That's how you know that was a psyop.
It was fear mongering, but
Everybody packed now, back together. Every club packed. Every show packed. What happened to keep your distance? It just
you know what
disappeared now.
psyop was. You know what the psyop was, right?
They don't see nothing wrong with that.
The psyop was for them in the pharmaceuticals to make money. See, like
Right.
they know who they're gonna get a contracts to make the antidote or the V. You know what I mean? They know who getting those contracts. That stock was like $25. It
True.
went up to $450, and they got millions to invest in that stock. So they
Hey,
come
I
out of
wanted to
their
ask y'all,
office a half a billionaire. You know
And
what I'm
mind you,
saying? Like,
they was giving doctors $30,000 just for saying it, just saying they passed
right,
because of it such a way. I'll give you a
right.
$30,000 check. This man died from something else. No, just say he
They're
died from
driving
that.
up the stock though. They're driving up the stock though. And then the pharmaceuticals is backing up the Brink truck as well.
hey, I wanted
Because
to ask y'all,
they selling vaccines.
did y'all see that video? You can't say that. Did y'all see that video where they say this dude had what is it? A hand pump gun?
A what?
Say it
The,
again.
they said that the gun that hit the dude that took him out, the dude had a hand pump gun like in his hand,
You
and
talking
it
about
kept
one of the
shooting.
people that was doing the signals? One of the
Nah,
signal people that was
he
close up
wasn't
on
doing
him?
no shooting. He was in a military type jacket with the sleeves rolled up, and as soon as the thing said "pow," it was like he was squeezing his hand. and he was right there in front of him.
I mean,
Like,
I wouldn't put it past them. They got
Mm.
them heart attack weapons and stuff like that. So I wouldn't put it past you. You might got a point. But you think he really you think he really got unalive, or you think it was all acting?
I believe he did, but I think that's not the I mean, to me, that's the part that don't matter whether he did or he didn't.
But the funny thing is to me is when
the
people
part
get hit
is,
in their neck, right? Because I done seen people get hit in
well,
their neck like in real life. They grab their neck and they act like
let me
more.
say this right quick. Well,
The
let me
man
say
got
this.
hit and locked up like how he got knocked out. Like, you know how you get hit hard and your arms lock up? It's like he locked up like he got punched or something. You know what I'm saying? Like got knocked out instead of
Yeah.
get
Let
hit
me
in the neck.
let me say this right quick. You know, it to me, it don't really matter whether he is faked it or he really did get pew-pewed and he's unalive. I think the biggest issue is what's transpiring now in American society, and what's the after effect, what's the aftermath of the event, because once the thing happened, we'll never really know. It'll always be a conspiracy. None of us are gonna go see the body, and even if we
Right.
see the body, we know that they can. We know that they can do something about that.
But everybody pointing their fingers at each other.
Yeah.
I'll tell
Well,
you
what's
what
the aftermath, and
the
what is it gonna lead
aftermath.
to? Because once that lady, hold on, let me say this. Once that lady came out and his wife came out and she made that statement, and she was like, "Hey, y'all think y'all, took him away from us, and it's gonna do something? No, y'all just may unleash hell on America. The wrath of whoever gonna come down on
That was his
everybody."
wife said?
That was his wife. His wife came in. It was basically what she said. She was basically saying that, oh, you just brought out the vigor in Charlie Kirk's wife, and you just inspired me to take up his mantle, and America's gonna be different now that he passed away. Y'all unleash something that y'all don't know is coming. It was almost like behold the pale white horse type shit from
Oh, for
from the
real?
Revelations type shit, like she was saying. And so I think the aftermath of what's transpiring now and how things are gonna escalate, which we know in America it could be nothing, because like Sanchez said earlier, they can throw all the rocks they want to throw, but they're not going to provoke us to do something that we don't do. Sterling Carmichael said, and if we unalive somebody, we're going to decide who we going to unalive. It's not just going to be no rando. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So,
Hey, Button.
Well, the thing
you're not
is,
going to provoke us, into
what they
being no black
what they
mercenary. If
What
what
about the
they
book?
will provoke
huh?
is the right.
What about
What
the
they
book?
will
Yeah,
what
but
they will
but
provoke is people that sitting there with hate, that's like sitting there with their hand on the trigger, just waiting for an excuse. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but
They
see,
got people like that. So and then once that happens, then you get all this hate back and forth.
but it's hard to make a race war if the race that you want to fight, the race that you want to provoke into being the opposition. See, I don't know if y'all writers. If you're a writer, there's a thing called the hero journey, and you got the antagonist, and you got the hero, and then the antagonist, the villain, is supposed to be good enough to be a sustainable challenge for the hero. And if the villain is not good enough to be a sustainable challenge for the hero, then the hero doesn't excel to the full challenge. And if the hero doesn't learn this lesson and overcome, he don't excel to his full potential, and then the story is bland. It becomes a bland story, boring. That's like if the Joker ain't a good villain for Batman, then Batman never be. You don't view Batman the way he's supposed to be. And so that's the
If
way
you
they
got
view black people,
if you
but
got
that's the way
gas
we.
fumes,
But
if you
but
got gas
that's not the.
fumes,
Hold
you
on.
only need a
Let me
spark.
say this. Let me say this. That's the way they view us. They view us as we're not the good villain because we haven't done anything to show them that we can be equal counterpart to what they want to do. But the way we view them is they're the villain and we're the hero that don't want to fight no more. We're the hero that said, you know what? I'm gonna leave the other heroes to fight this fight. I'm not going back out there and fighting this villain no more. We've done this all before. And now we're sitting back. And while the world is going on, they're trying to provoke us to come back out and take this fight again. Because they view us as the bad guy, we view them as the bad guy. And we're looking and saying, and when I say them, I don't mean white people. I mean elitists. I mean the elitists. I mean the oppressors, the people who have the money, whether they white, Spanish, or Japanese, or whatever their color may be. When they got the money and they got the mindset
Yeah.
to go over and take over, they view us as the
The
bad
one, the
guys.
1%.
And,
Right.
and right, the 1%. And what we're doing, we're looking at them and we're saying, we're not going to go out there and fight this fight just because you try to provoke us. And they're waiting on us to come out and take this fight. But when it comes time for us to go out and make a move, we're going to do it on our own terms, not on their terms.
With them, they don't care how it starts, just that it starts, so that we're divided. Whether we even fight or not, we stay divided, they stay in power. That's how it works. They don't care whether we just start a little fight or a big fight. As long as we stay not liking each other. That was their goal. They already won if we just don't like the other side.
But what
They
happens
already
is,
won.
but what happens is they have to provoke each, and that's what Sanchez was alluding to earlier, is they have to provoke each other to try to make us part of it because we're not engaged in it anymore. So what they'll do is, and this is why I say it could be a false flag, a psyop, or whatever. So what they'll do is they'll go out and say, boom, just select for instance this situation. Boom, they fighting amongst each other. This person get unalive, but they set it up as right wing, left wing. Now we know that what left wing stand for to the majority of people when they think about it. The poor people. Who are the poor people? The brown people. A couple of trailer trash people and a couple of gingers and a couple of essays.
Yeah. So
That's what
basically,
they
just
set
the
up
poor
as
people, because you
that's what
can
they.
be any color and be poor.
Well, but let me chop it up with you. So you're right about that. But when they set it up as the left against the right. But the objective, the end goal is let's create this tension to where we can have this, we can have this friction. Because listen, I said this before, I'm gonna let my plane because I know I'm talking a lot right now, so I want to get off a couple of things because we was,
Like shaking the pot, like
but
grabbing
but
two ants
but
and
if
shaking the
you
ants up, and I did it, but I got the ants fighting each other in a jar,
But
like
right,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so if you notice, whenever you start to study, when you first start to get woke, and you went down that rabbit hole, and you start learning about Kemet, and you start learning about Greek mythology and whatever, and you found that it was somewhere in the middle, that Greek and Egypt was together combined, and they pulled apart, and out of that tension comes what they call gods. From the pulling apart of the two ideologies, Greco-Egyptian ideology, that's where the fraternities come from. That's why these people who join fraternities wear the Greek with the Egyptian colors,
Yeah.
and that's where the
But
gods.
Because Greek is Egypt, so yeah, you're right.
Let me land because I'm cooking a little bit.
But I want to touch on that.
No,
Yeah,
let
you
him
can.
finish. Go ahead, huh?
And
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
out of that tension is how they get the cream to rise to the top, and that's what people call gods, because that fraternity or that sorority pushes those boule up to the top, and whoever become the okay. So
Smoke. That's the smoke screen.
that's a smoke. So now what they're doing is they use that through our society to build government. So they pull this tension, they put you in the Greek or the Egyptian, and it's a blend. They pull up to they pull tension. Those who come to the top come to the top. Those who sink to the bottom sink to the bottom. Okay, that's cool. Now what they're doing now is they're using the same strategy against us psychologically. We're gonna put tension on this thing right, left, and we're gonna pull it and see who comes out of the situation. If nobody comes out of the situation, we snap it back together, and then what happens is we have the friction of the people who are on the left and the people who are on the right coming together in tension. And we know that ultimately, if we get the left against the right, we can get the black people involved. But we consistently fall back and don't engage. That's what happens.
Well, what I say is separation.
Turn a blind eye
Is
or go along to get along. That's what they do.
Separation is what we need as far as us getting out of either party. The Boulets on the right, the rest of us on the left, and then they keep us separate. But as far as going back to Greco, I mean, that's the college tradition. I get it, the Roman thing, but they usurp religion for the mind control. You mentioned Egypt. You mentioned Roman Greco or Greek and all that, but before that was Ethiopia. That's where the Bible came from. It was 800 years plus older than this Christian chopped up version. And that's when the Dark Ages started. And they banned those. They took 22 books out of the Ethiopian Bible to create the King James version. And what that was, the purpose of that was everything before that. I mean, you were answering to a higher power than a king. If angels can be cast down,
What you
okay,
said?
that's
What?
a
What
higher
can be
power.
cast down?
Angels can be cast down. They can
Who?
only be angels.
Like you talking about literal angels, or you talking about angels of light?
Literal, no, literal angels. This is what happened in like Enoch. Enoch, the legend of Enoch is that he walked right out of here alive. Okay, the book of Enoch was taken out.
And you said
Okay,
all
and
that
then
to say what? What that got to do with what we talk about? Again, bring it all together.
mind control to control the masses. Okay, that was to give a king power as the highest. You have the king and then you have the church. That's
That
what was
sounds like
created.
hierarchy to me. It don't sound like mind control. It
Yeah,
just sounds like hierarchy.
well, hierarchy is mind control. If you control the church,
Hierarchy is hierarchy. Mind control is
well,
mind control. I don't see what it's
I
synonymous with.
mean, it is
Y'all
because
agree with me, chat, or am I tripping?
Well,
you
he
were
kind
saying
of
earlier that you couldn't
what he
convince
saying makes
somebody
sense
who
though.
was you couldn't convince somebody who was in the church and older that they should be going independent instead of voting for the Democratic Party.
Well, I didn't say the church. I didn't
But,
say the church.
But if you in
I
a,
just said older Democratic people.
but if you under
but
a
yeah,
hierarchy, you
but
gonna do.
you're saying that you could not convince anybody you had tried
Yeah, but I didn't say
step
the church.
away from this party that originally was
I don't get it.
well, you're saying you don't get it, but you keep interrupting. I'm trying to give it to you.
What,
But
I don't know. You talking about Enoch and angels, and I'm confused.
You gotta let
You
him
talking
no,
about?
finish.
Are you saying
Let him
that that's the
land.
first
You gotta let him
presidency, like
land.
Adam and Eve being the first president, or I mean, like
no. This ain't a political thing. This is a power thing. This is a white Jesus thing. This is because the original Bible's in Ethiopia. Ethiopia has never been colonized. They even tried to starve them out. They've never been colonized. But that's where the original Bible came from. Everybody act like everything happened in Egypt was the beginning and the end all be all. No,
yeah,
that
but
was
we
where
know Egypt was a Greek word,
that
so I
was
don't know how we
that
think.
was well, yeah, but monotheism started with that Bible. They were exposed to that Bible. All throughout Africa, there's
Nah, bro,
monotheism.
you wrong. That's why I got to cut you off at, bro, because you're wrong. You're not even
I'm
speaking real
wrong.
facts right now. Yeah, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong.
Okay, when did I say something
Well,
that you actually can point out to me that wasn't true?
here's the thing. I can tell you that the Bible didn't start in Ethiopia, bro. That's 100% wrong. And
Oh,
if you
okay.
really want to be honest about it, and I'm not gonna just be on here
Where
talking
to
half.
start though? No,
Hold
just
on,
where
hold
to
on, hold on,
start.
hold on, hold on,
Don't
hold on,
tell me
hold on.
where it didn't start. Just tell me
Let
where
him
to
finish.
start.
Let him finish, brother. Go ahead, Hope.
What I'm saying, I don't mean to cut you off, but the reason I'm gonna cut you off for two reasons. I'm gonna cut you off for one because that's not the point of the stream, and I'm pretty sure if Sanchez listened long enough, he probably come in and cut you off
But that's
himself.
what I asked him earlier. What that got to do
I'm
with
not trying to
anything?
be Sanchez. I'm just saying that's not the point of the stream. But
But
the
that's
other
what I
thing
asked
is
him.
the reason I didn't let you cook because I'm a Bible, person myself. Um,
Uh-huh.
and I'm cutting you off because what you're saying is wrong as far as the Bible started in Ethiopia, and as far as that goes, even in the Bible it says the tree of the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, in biblical sense was in Egypt. That's what they was talking about when they said the tree of the fruit of knowledge of evil. It was because it was because of the fact that monotheism started in Egypt.
Exactly.
It started in Egypt, and
Yep.
in the Bible it's saying the way that they use religion against humanity, don't
Yeah.
go there and eat that fruit.
There you go.
That's what the Bible was talking about
Now
when it said
somebody's talking something and bringing it together to make it make sense. I don't know what he was doing
Okay,
earlier.
so can you verify that?
But
Because
no,
I was
hold
told.
on. Let me see how he. You see how he
I
did
can't
that.
because
Huh?
I'm
Whoa,
gonna bring it
whoa,
out
whoa,
together.
whoa,
Hold
whoa,
Hold
on.
on,
whoa.
he
Time
asked me
out.
could I
Time out.
verify.
Time out. Time out. Time out.
Wait.
Time
Hold on,
Time
out.
out.
Time
hold on,
Man,
out.
hold
time
Time
on.
out.
out. No, time
He asked
out.
me could I verify. I'm gonna verify, and we're gonna
Can you
keep moving.
verify?
But hold
Because
on,
I,
Hey, Eve. I just wanted to know you see how you did that just now and made why you said that. I'm trying to figure out what was his whole point about talking about angels and the
But
22 books
he was just getting
missing.
off. He was just
What
getting
did
off his
that have
knowledge.
to do with this? What we talking about?
He
That's
was
all I
just
wanted to know.
he was just getting off his knowledge. But I'm gonna bring it out full circle. Why I said
I
he
mean,
was
But
making sense
but look,
because no, he
but look
what he
though.
was saying was making sense, and I'm gonna tell you
it's
why.
about
Who come after
power.
one? Who come
Well,
after one?
here's the thing. The reason I say he was making sense is because it is a power thing. Now I'm gonna bring it just because my Bible brother is on the thing, and I don't want him to feel like I'm dissing him because his Bible belief. I'm gonna tell him how I'm gonna verify it. Anytime you see tree in the Bible, go check. It points to a king or a nation. That's what a tree represents. And when you see knowledge in the Bible, it represents, when you see fruit in the Bible, it represents the production of that nation or king. So when you look at the line of what the Bible is talking about, and it says, eat of the tree of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then you see what happened and you see where it came from, you can draw the you can draw the interpretation, and you can draw the conclusion, not just conclusion based off your own knowledge, but go look it up, that they was talking about the way that the pharaohs in Egypt had used religion and spirituality to govern over their people by saying you have to do XYZ to get into the afterlife. You have to do XYZ to be a child of God. You have to do XYZ. And they used that to govern over their people. That's what they was talking about when they talk about fruit of knowledge. Go look it up in the Bible.
But
And the
I'm trying
reason
to
I said
figure
he was
out
making sense. Hold on. Let me land because I want to get this to him. The reason I said he was making sense was because ultimately that's what they're doing here in America. That's the Egypt part of what they're doing. That's not the Greek part of what they're doing. The Greek part of what they're doing is Alexandrian law. This is the Egyptian part of it. Is that they're using spirituality, they're using mind manipulation, they're using hierarchy. They're using the knowledge of good and evil to control the masses, and that's what the psyop is, because they're going to try to change the laws on you, and so they have to break you down psychologically and make you believe in something that you don't know for sure, and they're going to use that to change the laws in the future. That's
That's the whole
but
thing. That's the whole thing.
law,
Wait a
but
minute.
law when he
Can I
goes to the people
respond?
that's poor
Can I
and the
respond?
people under the hierarchy, kings and the king's princes, they don't gotta abide by no law. They don't go to jail. They don't get locked up.
True,
So
100%.
so that's
I mean,
not even get.
where does the most famous Bible story occur in Egypt?
What that got to do with what we
What's
talking about, man?
well,
We
no,
we
I
just
mean,
doing
it
random
got to
facts
do with
now.
what
We
he
having fun
just said.
facts.
It
We
has to,
having a fun
that,
fact build now.
well, I guess, but
Well,
I
I
mean,
don't.
it has to do with
We
what
don't
he
need no
said.
fun facts, man.
Well, I mean, well, how you gonna tell somebody they ain't telling the truth, but you can only hear
Four
one
come
side?
after three. Fun fact.
Yeah,
Five come
it
before
doesn't
six.
matter. The
That's how you
point
sound.
is, the point is that old adage, what was it? The Ten Commandments, right? Or that movie, right? Remember how that movie went down in
No,
Egypt?
tell us. Just get to the point. Get to the point.
They did not worship God as you know as the highest power. That's how they fell, right?
Well,
They
you ain't
fell
supposed to
to they
worship. You ain't
fell
supposed to
to
worship
a
nothing.
Hebrew religion. And Egypt, according to the Bible, fell to a Hebrew religion, right? Or am I wrong?
What
You
that
know what
got
I'm
to do?
saying?
What that got to do
Well,
with?
he just
What's
said
your
all
point?
that stuff came out of Egypt, though, right?
What?
But there was a religion that already existed amongst Hebrew people in Egypt, according to.
He said monetization and taxation came out of Egypt. What are you talking about?
No, he said the religion came out of Egypt.
No, he
Monotheism came
didn't.
out.
He did not say that.
He did say that. You can play back the tape later, but he
The
did say
man
that.
said
But we,
that monetization came out of Egypt and
no,
started in Egypt, rather. And he
No.
said
no,
a
he's
bunch of
talking
other
about
stuff.
money. That's money.
Actually,
Monetization is money.
I said monotheism. I
He
said
said
government
monotheism.
through religion came out of Egypt. Government through democracy and
Yeah.
political came out of Greek.
Yeah,
But you said they use
but I'm
religion
saying,
to control you.
Right.
You wasn't
right.
saying it like
That
that was that you were saying they
religion
use
was
religion.
something.
You was
Exactly.
clarifying what he was trying to say in the right way. That's all you did.
Yeah, they use spirit. They use the idea of spirituality and afterlife to control their citizens. That's my point. And in Greek, they use the idea of democracy and political rhetoric, to exalt or control
The Greek had like 12 gods. Okay?
Yeah.
That's 12 gods. It's all the power of monotheism, and they usurp that power of monotheism.
But yeah, they use diplomacy in Greek, and in Egypt they use the idea, the concept of divinity and spirituality in belief systems in Egypt. That was and that's kind of what they're doing both here in America. That's why we say the reason why we say same bird, two wings is because they do both here in America. They use the idea of diplomacy and the Greek shit, the politics and shit like Greek, and we use spirituality. That's why we have the two things on the back. I mean, we most of us know this stuff. I'm saying the point is that most of us see this stuff when we get woke. When we get woke, we see all that.
You pushing him on the back.
This is about power.
I had stepped away for a minute, but I'm back. My bad.
My point is the power that's over us now is an elected power, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? That's the power that's over us now.
That's the illusion.
That's the illusion.
Salute. Erica Kirk. Erica must be black, ain't it? Erica Kirk. Nothing.
A whole lot of drifting.
Man, miss nothing, big dog. Where we was about to start? Where we was about to go at though? Was you about to play the Erica Kirk video, or I was stepped away and I don't know what's going on?
What's up? Who was Erica Cook?
Erica Kirk?
The wife.
Yeah, I think
that's
okay. Let me play this real quick.
With me for the rest of the time.
This is basically, Stephen Smith and Jason Whitlock really been like cooning hard, man. They've been getting their Brandon Tatum on.
And after Erica speaks, we'll talk about it. And I have something that I believe is a solution, Stephen. Yeah, we're seeing young people. I don't blame youth for this. I blame the environment that they're in, the extremism, and how susceptible they are, and how susceptible we see with some mentally ill people are. They're more susceptible to suggestions, some. We got to get young people talking the right way. I don't think watching you debate 20 people and take them on and take them down, we don't need any more of that. I think we need to have kids talking to each
this what
other.
I'm telling y'all. This is an attack on free speech. Y'all see that? We don't need no more debates and all that. So now that Charlie Kirk died, he the last one that can debate now. Let's end it. See, this is crazy. See, because what you don't need is these young white shooters that's out of control. They being radicalized by their family. They ain't dealing with that. They want to make it like simply intellectual conversations online are to blame for Charlie Kirk's murder. That's crazy.
People talking to each other about what they want to see so that they can see how much they share as common concerns. So we'll do that tonight after she speaks. But I read your take on what was going on this. I thought it was really intelligent, and it led me to want to ask you a question. What does it mean to you that this is pure animus in reaction to this and almost no, let's do better?
Well, it speaks to the degradation of our society that's been unfolding for quite
That's
some
so
time.
messed up, bro. Think about it. You got white on white crime, and it speaks to the degradation of our society. You get black on black crime, it speaks to the degradation of just niggas. This is fucking crazy.
How sad and horrifying living in this world has become, living in this country has become. We don't like to say such things like that because we've popularized America being the greatest country in the world. But the reality is that for a very, very long time now, we haven't behaved like that. We haven't behaved like that as American citizens. We haven't behaved like that as professionals.
You
we certainly haven't seen.
You notice when a white man kill another white man, they go to speaking French is we. But when a black man kill another black man, it's they.
That was so true.
It's
crazy,
it's all of us when it's white on white crime. It's just them violent niggas when it's them. Boy, I'm telling you, this is crazy. This is crazy.
In our youth behaving like that with the lack of respect they have for their elders. We've seen our elected politicians.
Look at what he going through and instead of just bringing up the fact that most of these mass shooters are young white boys that's radicalized by white families with these very patriotic concepts, let's say.
Acting like children and belligerent children at that. And the combination of all of those things lead us to be, for lack of a better phrase, a leaderless society. And when you have no one to show you the way from a moral or ethical perspective, you're going to rely on what.
How does this come to every American need a lesson on morality versus let's talk about white violence and white on white crime, mass shootings? And this is what the Stephen Smiths and all of them, this is what they paid to do, though.
What you decide to rely upon. Sometimes that's your own thoughts, that's your own venom, that's your own frustration. And most importantly, it leads to people thinking that their definition of solace or, happiness to some degree, the definition of it is bringing somebody to the level of misery, down to the level of misery you're experiencing, as opposed to elevating themselves to a place in a plane where true happiness is supposed to reside. So all of those kind of things are the kind of things that come to my mind as a direct answer to your question.
What do you think happens next?
Unfortunately, we've already seen what happens next. Charlie Kirk, immediately upon his murder, his assassination, it was within hours when we saw.
Now they about to bring up how people reacted to Charlie Kirk's death, to the cause of it. Again, it's all about people using their right to mock or whatever they want to do about his death is protected by the Constitution. It's all about attacking free speech versus attacking the problem of mass shooters in America and snipers, assassins, terroristic acts. Trump almost just died. Like, I'm going to this going to sound redundant, a lot of the talking points I'm making, but it's because it's the truth. And once you get the truth, you don't change it. But that's what I'm saying. They really deflecting on this one.
Or leaders on Capitol Hill yelling at one another, blaming one another, calling one another to the carpet, showing very little decorum and very little willingness to work with one another to recognize that it's important to come together and understand the state of affairs that have existed in our country and what we've deteriorated into. Instead of taking that on, knowing that the cameras are rolling, knowing that American citizens are looking to them to show some level of decorum, to not give off the impression that Armageddon has arrived and the world is coming to an end, and instead making sure to articulate and really express and display a willingness to work together and to be decent human beings to one another. We didn't see that. We didn't see that. Instead, we saw the opposite. And so to me, it's going to get, I'm not going to say it's going to get worse because I can't imagine it could get much worse than what's happened. Us witnessing a murder on all over the internet, streaming all over the place where, I'm not going to get that image out of my head for a long time, Chris, to be honest with you. And that's what sparked me to say what I said, the way that I said it. I've seen a lot of things growing up in the streets of Hollis, Queens, New York City. I've seen people dead and what have you. What I've never seen is somebody talking to an audience of people with their kids right in front of them and their wife right in front of them, and all of a sudden their body jolts before.
So you ain't seen what happened to Malcolm X then, or Martin Luther King? That's crazy.
Wow.
For real.
Right.
They got him, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In a lifeless fashion, and blood
Peace, my brother.
gushing out.
Peace and love.
The left side of their neck. I've never seen anything like that. And for people to speak about it in a way that's dismissive or to point to some of the things that he may have said that antagonized and agitated somebody else, it's inexcusable for us to even have those kind of thoughts at that particular moment in time. There are people in our industry who would disagree with.
And I'm telling you why Stephen A. Smith is an agent for what he's doing. Because people ain't inciting the death of a person they disagree with. Like a lot of black people don't like a lot of the stuff Charlie Kirk was saying, but they didn't fucking advocate for you to snipe or take him out. It's just after he's dead, they saying, I'm not gonna cry about it. Good riddance, right? But think about it. If what Stephen A. Smith is saying is true, if it's black people inciting violence, which is to blame for Charlie Kirk's death, when did we ever have the power to make a young white boy kill another young white man? When we incite violence, it's egging on gang beef, black versus black violence. I didn't know we had enough power to simply celebrate this man's death, and you think that that's gonna threaten Trump's life or some other white dude's life from a white sniper? So the white boys are listening to black people. Like, okay, they don't like Charlie Kirk, we gonna go take him out. When did we have that kind of power? So that's a big reach for real. You know how everybody making it. Shout out to let me see shit. Shout out to everybody in the chat and to D-Dub. Yeah, D-Dub says crazy. Shout out, thank you for the donation. He said, it's crazy Stephen A. says he will never get the image out of his head like he actually watched it live versus looked it up to watch. Yeah, you know, they want to really drive this thing home.
I never even
a whole lot
heard
of
this.
pandering, bro.
Facts.
A lot of pandering, bro.
And not to even cut you, bro, but even in the UK, it's the same thing going on. They got big marches with white people saying white Britain. So it's crazy. It's like it's there for psyops, bro. Because if that's happening in America and this is happening in the UK, it's crazy, bro. That's how you know they're same
Yes.
wing, same birth, same feather. Crazy,
right.
brother.
Because Elon and Trump has been visiting the UK. They are basically very tight with the powers over there. And remember, they had a civil war with ethnic cleansing, and it went similar to how things are popping off right now in America.
Yeah, I don't think the poor people, and that's who's gonna do all the fighting. Ain't none of them Trump. Ain't none of them gonna lead. Like say, is Elon gonna lead the troops against the left? You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't never in the fray. So this is about getting poor people against poor people.
You know, it's going back to, you know, what Malcolm said when he said they want us to have a slave mentality. Now, instead of saying we sick, they want us to say we sad about this man being killed by another white man. We don't have to share their sentiment about him, especially when we know how he feel about us. If we was really going to honor him, we would share his sentiment in reverse. What he stood for, we should be standing for, you know, as far as him. To honor him would be like to hell with him, because that's how he feel when he seen a cop with his knee on George Floyd's neck, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland, Sonia Massey. He co-signed their deaths. So why would we have any sympathy or empathy? As a matter of fact, this is a man who said he can't stand the word sympathy or empathy. That is a made-up New Age term for weak people. So why would we have any sympathy or empathy for him, for somebody who don't like the words? Makes no sense to me. And especially, you're a fool. Anybody who goes around saying they love everybody, can't be around me. I will not trust you. How can you show loyal to anybody when you love everybody? People who don't deserve your love can get it. That's insanity.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
I love everybody.
Facts, bro.
That's insanity.
Yo.
I don't love everybody.
I love everybody, man.
I don't.
I got positive energy. Everybody, until you violated me, to it shit change.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't love everybody. I'm gonna just be honest.
You will not get. I watch people on a protracted period. If I see you mistreating other people, how can I have love for you? I'm gonna wait my turn to be treated like that? No. I'm just gonna go accordingly.
I mean, I just try to come with love first, and then even when you step in a place and you feel it, the energy off, and your hand standing up, and you know, okay, you got to be on the defense or be on the offense, whatever. But I'm just gonna lead with love. But I know if I go in an environment where I ain't gonna just be friendly with everybody.
It's okay to lead with love, but I won't even lead with love. In other words, I don't give everybody the benefit of the doubt. It's some people on the earth that have been proven to do the wrong thing consistently. I don't even got to give them a chance to try to do me right because I know they gonna do me wrong. For facts, facts. You know what I'm saying?
But guess what? The only people that do shit wrong to you mostly is somebody you love. It's never your enemy. Your enemy you never really get hurt by your enemy because you know who the enemy is.
No, what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on a big level, like the people in power. So even if you say, look, my brother robbed me, I'm telling you that the people in power put y'all in these conditions like crabs in the bucket to even breed the dog eat dog mentality. Like I'm going beyond a nigga stealing a cake out of a store and showing you who created the conditions to where a damn veteran who risked his life for this country even homeless in the first place. Like I'm talking about a country that is a capitalistic country that is about rich versus poor while promising Americans everyone can get rich if they serve this country loyally and work hard every day. We seeing that the people work the hardest can't even get Social Security. That's being less and less. We seeing that, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying. When I do these kind of bills, like I'm looking at the whole bigger type picture type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But you get what I'm saying, though.
They
but y'all get what I was saying, though.
But what you saying ain't like nothing. We it ain't like a riddle to figure out to where did you get it? It's like, yeah, bro, we definitely kill each other. But that's what that's what Charlie Kirk would do. If I bring up the fact that he died from a white man, he gonna say, but you got the dude that's gonna kill you, Sanchez, gonna be a black man.
Nah,
guess what?
That's different. What you
That's what happening right now, brother. That's what you
point out.
What's happening.
Is totally different though. Ain't nobody saying what you saying. Nobody even pointing that out, and that's it's like they trying to sweep it under the rug and make everything else bigger than that, and that's a problem.
They use a lot of deceptive intelligence when they speak to us because they try to keep us from calling them out. And the first thing they do is mention what we do to each other as if they care. They don't care if we die or kill each other. They just use that as a talking point to keep us from calling them out.
Man, they use the word black. Every time something happens, they say a black man, but they give this person a name and don't say, a white man killed another white man. They always talk about black on black crime, or
they just call it crime,
the criminal or violence, black violence. But when it's the other way around, as Sanchez pointed out, that a white man killed another white man, he not even a white man. He everything else.
Let's be realistic here.
They just call it crime. They don't never put an ethnicity on nobody doing crime to each other besides us.
Yeah.
They don't say Asian on Asian crime. They don't say Hispanic on Hispanic crime. They always say black on black crime. Nobody gets an ethnicity put on crime but us.
What I'm saying,
listen,
man.
I got a video clip right now of Brandon Tatum standing up he's the only black dude in this Republican conference caping for the white folks, right? And when he got on the mic, he said, I want to thank y'all for being patient with some of the most disingenuous people on earth. He was talking about black people. Then he proceeded to say, we got a problem with mass shooters in America. And he didn't bring up their ethnicity. We know that mass shooters are white.
Exactly.
But then he said, we know that the mass shooting problem in America has nothing to do with gun violence, but a mental health epidemic that we need to deal with, right? Then after he did that, he said, you know, we got a violence problem in Chicago, and what are we gonna do as far as law enforcement and the police in that area? So let's lock the niggas up, and when we talk about mass shooting, let's talk about mental health.
That shit crazy.
Did you hear the lecture he did when he said that he used to be pro-black?
Right, he used to be pro-black.
He said I used to be pro-black, and then when he described what made him pro-black was gold teeth, sagging his pants, and tattoos.
Oh man,
not a mind frame.
They paying the hell out of him. Yeah, they paying him good.
Not a mindset like our people first being our people first. It was stereotypes. That's what made him pro-black. And that's a man who also said he slapped his own mother.
Yeah, that's bro.
He said I slapped my
own
mother.
I wish I had that clip, bro. I would make that, bro. I'm telling you, that's crazy. I'm gonna dig for that. I got to, man.
Damn.
What they don't do is bring up the worst crimes. Like they say, like we're this, the bad element. They push us out as the bad element. We commit the crimes, but the worst crimes in America were done to us, not by us. And that's what the guy from Young Turk said. The worst crimes were done to us, not by us. So they promote it as we're the worst, but the worst crimes, even than what we have done to each other, have been done to us. And we're supposed to just forget that.
Yeah, just forget all that. But that's what I was saying, man. Forget our history, what happened to us and how it affect us today. But let's keep giving these Jews money and support, even though they Holocaust been happening, they children ain't living through it today. And it didn't even take place on American soil. Now look, here go a video of Brandon Tatum saying that this latest school shooting that just happened, thoughts and prayers could have stopped that. But in his opinion, only more police and prisons can stop the Chicago shit, though. You see what I'm saying? It's because, again, these mass shooters are white, and they literally going up in public spaces aiming at innocent people when the gang members just aiming at each other. You see why dudes like this is really dangerous, bro?
He's really dangerous.
Because if you're going to go with the mental health shit, I mean, for the mass shooters, what warped their minds to where they would attack schools, children. You have to be conditioned. I keep saying it. You have to be conditioned to be able to aim your shit at a child and pull that trigger. You can't just be like a regular person and just say, okay, I'm just going to flip out one day and shoot kids. They are I think they're plants. I just think that
it's just so crazy though that every time you have, cause they talking about this, what y'all ain't. This the part that really hit home for me. They bringing up Chicago and black areas where the crime never leave out of these ghettos. They stay confined there. But they use that as an argument to make all Americans say, we got to do something about that. It's a public safety hazard. Yet you got these white mass shooters that's really out in the public aiming at innocent people, and they start talking about thoughts and prayers and mental health can solve it. Y'all, that don't get under your skin like a little. That's crazy.
It gets under my skin, and not to mention, like in places like Chicago, they got a real police problem with police actually dressing up as gang members and doing drive-bys. That
wanted to
happens
ask
also in
somebody.
Chicago. They dress up as gang members and do drive-bys to keep the violence going and to escalate the violence.
But it's a lot of crimes that's down, and they lying about it. There ain't even no crimes going on. They lying about crimes. They're lying about crimes in Chicago. They're lying about crimes in Baltimore. And then in Baltimore, in Philadelphia, how they did the third grade reading level, or how you on the third grade level, how they build their prison, make their prison spaces for third graders. They don't even talk about the fact that in Baltimore for the last 10 years, they ain't had no suspensions because in elementary school, they make the kids, instead of suspending you, they make you meditate. So all the kids been meditating and they ain't had a suspension in years. And they've been going on for 10 years. In Baltimore school, they trying to do it in a bunch of other schools, but people don't even get suspended no more because now they do it often. They meditate every morning. All the kids on, you know what I'm saying? Like, it done changed. They got the young kids meditating in elementary school. Like, I'm like, yo, that's fire, like, for real. And they been doing it for 10 years. They ain't had a suspension in years.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Why
know
they not talking about
mindless
that?
people, of course,
Hold on, y'all don't want to hear this real quick. Hold on.
these godless, mindless people, of course, they think that thoughts and prayers don't work. You know, maybe the thoughts.
So listen, let me because I got to break this down to you. When a black person say, the hell with thoughts and prayers, because if you thought thoughts and prayers worked, you wouldn't be telling them to send the National Guard to Chicago. You would be telling them to send thoughts and prayers. See,
exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So he's got to automatically silence people like me that's gonna say, look, bro, why you giving the white mass shooters thoughts and prayers, but giving the black guys prison system? He's got to say, see, you don't believe in thoughts and prayers. No, I believe that what's good for the goose, good for the goddamn gander.
You know, I can't wait till this dude get his wake up call. Oh, I can't wait till he get his.
You know what's crazy?
He been running around since 2016 on his foolishness.
Now, see, you know what I learned about Brandon Tatum? Some niggas are such deep coons, they can't get a wake-up call. The white man can tell him to his face, we hate you, Nigger, and he'll say, so, I'm still gonna serve you. I'm still gonna help you against these niggas. He the type nigga that white people have given him several wake-up calls. Don't you know white people on Twitter, right, white people calling him a monkey right now on Twitter, and he's still caping for him.
He's that loyal dog that you don't take for walks, you throw a shoe at, don't feed it properly, but when you call it, it run right to you. I understand, brother.
I know you know. It's crazy that it's because my thing be, I wonder if it's for money at this point or he in too deep that he know even if they, because I think you can take so much from the devil that you in so deep if you try to break away, it may be your life on the line. So you done sold out so deep that it ain't even about the money. It's about that if you trade now, you scared of some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you know what's crazy, bro, Sanchez?
That's what we done. What you said right there.
Sanchez, Charlie Kirk spoke out against Israel, and this dude interviewed Netanyahu and said he supported Israel.
Yeah,
that's
bro. Because if you're a black man and you interview Netanyahu, you plugged in to the
and you don't realize what he just did when his idiotic ass did that, because you say anything against them after that interview,
you gone.
He's a target.
But it shows you some niggas is so greedy, they'll endanger their whole family. Because when you get in as deep as him, it's some mob shit, bro. Because even though they assassinated Kennedy, remember they assassinated Kennedy, but they didn't stop there. They blackballed a whole Kennedy family after that.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And then not only that, a few years
They
later,
original
you know what happened to Robert,
Bob
right?
is the original
Right? Robert F. Kennedy got the same demise, bro.
Yeah.
They invented the drive-by.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of black conservatives, they don't listen to. Guess what make them go conservative? Because they say these white people ain't scared to tell black people about ourselves. And they sold right there. See, this white man ain't scared to tell niggas you need to stop killing, boom, boom, boom. And that may seem to them like, okay, this white man gonna do something about black issues. Trump sending the National Guard to the hood, boom, boom. They don't understand they ain't bringing these issues up because they genuinely care and want to help black people. That these people literally got a plan to depopulate, to reduce the population of people on the earth, and they have to have an excuse of which race we starting with first. It's called the undesirables.
I was telling our people, bro, when Donald Trump first got elected, everybody, all these Trumpers, you know, brothers and sisters saying they rocking with Trump. I said, just be patient and be mindful. He gonna get to us. He's gonna get to us with the fuckery. And a lot of our people is like, nah, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that.
Yeah.
Okay, be down if that's what you think. Putting your faith in the politicians is stupid. That is stupid. Our problems are ours. They're not going to solve them. There's no benevolent politician going to solve our problems because they're our problems.
Hey, brother Nasir, can we go to a little history lesson for just say, if young black folks watching, I want y'all to know something. There was a time in America, and I can't pinpoint the exact time, y'all gonna help me with this one, where black people were really on our collective anti-system, anti-establishment, fuck the powers that be shit. And then they came and resold the American dream to us through like Trump, black conservatism. And what the black conservative did to regain our hope in the system was to say, the reason we at the bottom, black people, ain't because the system is failing us and is cheating. It's because you don't have financial literacy.
Exactly.
Let me give you a black economic lesson. Yeah, shit like that.
And one of the things they sold us that served to our detriment, brother, was the cities. The cities. When we was in the country down south, you know, with our own land and everything, we were doing a lot better. But when they sold, okay, you should come up north for opportunity.
Yeah.
That was serving to our detriment.
But you know what they say now.
My family came up to New Jersey the year I was born from Georgia. My family's originally from Georgia and Jacksonville, Florida, and Gainesville.
Everybody from up north, dang, they're originally from the
they
south.
from the south.
Exactly.
The Great Migration.
Or the Caribbeans or the.
You know what's crazy about what you saying, oh brother Nasir, right now, and I'm gonna be brief and you can finish. See, Charlie Kirk said blacks was doing better under Jim Crow and on the plantation, but that right there is a blatant, like, it's kind of one of them things where you telling a lie with the half truth, because we were doing better back in the day when we, like what you saying, when we was in the South and all that, but they try to make it like, you know, it was when they showed up, but it was actually before y'all showed up. When we was left alone,
because they were the troublemakers when they did show up. We was living on our land, and when they showed up, they were troublemakers. Like everywhere else they go throughout the world, wherever they go, when they leave it either ruined or in a condition where civil war starts.
And they blame the natives of that land for the fall of it too.
Exactly.
And bro, I'm gonna tell you right now. This is why, man, I ain't gonna lie. When I look at stuff like the brother Nasir he's Nation of Islam, right? When you see stuff like this, like if it comes down to it, this is when I start regretting actually falling out with certain groups for little small other like nerdy shit, shape of the earth and like shit like that, because when you see these motherfucking white folks beat how they beat that man right there on the video that I played with y'all, they letting us know y'all gonna shut the hell up about Charlie Kirk, or we gonna take this shit back to like the old days. Now I'm starting to see what "Make America Great Again" mean, because when they was beating that man ass, they had on MAGA hats and they was screaming USA.
They certainly know how to close their ranks. They know how to do that. They know how to close their ranks. And that's something that we need to learn, how to close our ranks and don't have no room for nothing else.
Well, that's something we lost with integration, though. That was one of the things we lost with integration.
I don't think so, because guess what? You got non-blacks that's even integrated with the Nation of Islam. It's really, because guess what? It's like this. And you got some black folks that's integrated with MAGA. Look at Brandon Tatum. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it is so deeper than black versus white. It's about, bro, you got to really prove you down with what we about. And that's why, like, for example, we talking about Malcolm, we bringing up the Nation of Islam, all that. It's a loyalty thing, just like the gangs. We got to know you really with us. You know what I'm saying?
Watch you on a protracted period, and then if you prove yourself trustworthy, you trust it.
I feel like it's a rich versus poor, but the poor just don't know they're in the same boat as the other poor people on the other side. They all in the same boat. You know, they're the only ones gonna be fighting. There ain't gonna be no rich folks out here running these streets trying to fight no civil unrest anyway. You know,
Rich folks are too lazy to fight. They're too lazy.
About to come out here. You know,
and you know what? Listen. You hear what, bro? Listen, real quick, and then Marlon, y'all. I don't want y'all to talk over each other, but Nasir said rich folks ain't gonna fight. Listen, that's what I'm pointing out with Elon and Trump going to the UK, fueling. They are instigating this whole civil war. But we know they ain't finna do nothing. What did we just see on the video? Poor white MAGA folks. Red trailer park trash rednecks and all that, stomping this man out like a mob. And what's crazy about it, here's the part I forgot to bring up. Nasir, everybody, please, let's deal with this one now. They said Charlie Kirk died because he was going against the small hats. So why ain't the poor white MAGA people mad at the small hats as they is with the black people? You see, because check this out. They said that the reason Charlie Kirk dead because he was speaking out against Israel, but Israel agenda is to make black and white people fight each other. And the white people who telling us he died going against Israel, falling for the Zionist agenda. They ain't even mad at the small hats, but they said Charlie Kirk was. How that makes sense?
How are we even in it? You know what I'm saying? This wasn't a crime that one of us did. So how are we even in it?
Did you hear what Keir Starmer said to Trump after his visit to the United Kingdom?
What did he say?
He told Trump to mind his damn business. You ain't running shit over here.
Whoa. That's crazy.
I missed that. Where is that?
Trump just left the United Kingdom about a day or two ago, and he was over there acting like he running things, and they let him know, you don't run nothing over here. Mind your business and worry about your divided country. That's what he said. Worry about the division you created in your own country. Don't worry about what we're doing over here. I think Keir Starmer. He told Trump, mind his business. Don't worry about what's going on in the United Kingdom. What we do over here, our people's not divided.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people think we're more divided than what we are. I mean, obviously they look at the news and whatever they see in the news is what they believe about America. But UK is as divided as America is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if
it
not
is.
more. Yeah, if not
But
more.
here's the thing, though. It ain't a competition on who the most divided. What it is this right here, though, right? Both of these countries, the UK and America, got people flocking to these countries by selling them the idea of free speech and just a kumbaya, everybody getting along. See, it's false advertisement. That's why America don't like black people. Cause we ain't gonna let America false advertise like everything good over here.
We call them out.
Yeah.
Those of us who do it.
And it's the same here in the UK.
Brandon Tatum that would, you know, like you said, bro, Sanchez, if they call him a monkey and tell, you know, and kick him in his behind, he's still gonna go back over there.
The fact that all of these white folks that's calling him monkeys ain't liberals either. It's his same MAGA community, because soon as a nigga do something wrong one time, they be relentless. And I'm sorry, master, I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's a wee sad, we sick Negro. That's what he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we sad, we sick. Facts, bro. Hell yeah. That's him. You know, we at war.
Yep.
You know, when he refer to black people, he say, cause they stupid. Like,
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah, like
he delineate
yeah,
and differentiate himself from us.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and you know these people really done got your mind when you start doing that, cause I only saw Myron do that shit. And he the only other dude I ever saw do that.
I call him Moron, not Myron.
Ooh, oh, damn. Damn, that's cold. Oh, shit, I gotta use that. Damn, that gonna stick with him right there, bro.
Moron not getting a damn thing.
Oh, shit, damn.
Godless, mindless people, of course they think that thoughts and prayers don't work. You know, maybe the thoughts and prayers at the school prevented more kids from dying. How would he know? But the funny thing is that if he went to mass to visit this school, he would have a security detail there. Why? Just in case somebody decided to try to take his life. But his thoughts and prayer comment is not backed up with any kind of real tangible.
His thoughts and prayers comment is backed up with the fact that you just said he would take a security detail and not thoughts and prayers. You see how this, bro, this dude's, I would love to debate him.
Actions that he's willing to take.
You'll frustrate the hell out this dude, man.
Bro, he's only smart to dumb people. I'm telling you, because this man just said, now let me put this in context. So the dude who he debating would have showed up with security. But he's saying, so how did he know thoughts and prayers don't work? I'm gonna let y'all hear this. It's a dumb argument.
These godless, mindless people, of course they think that thoughts and prayers don't work. You know, maybe the thoughts and prayers at the school prevented more kids from dying. How would he know? But the funny thing is that if he went to mass to visit this school, he would have a security detail there. Why? Just in case somebody decided to try to take his life. But his thoughts and prayer comment is not backed up with any kind of real tangible actions that he's willing to take. Is he gonna say on the news with his theater that he's presenting that we need to fortify the schools? Let me tell you something real quick, Megan. I think you know this and everybody on the panel know this. Which one will happen quicker? If we pass legislation to ban every AR-15, every assault weapon or whatever they call it in the state of Minnesota, period, that means nobody can own them. They have a gun confiscation. Which one will happen quicker? That legislative power.
Or praying. Watch this shit, y'all. This is so dumb. Watch this shit.
Or fortifying the school. I mean, tonight, they could get police officers at the school. Tonight, they can hire private security. Tonight, they can do it. Every school in the city by at least at the end of this week, every school can have somebody. If they wanted to pass legislation, it's going to take forever. It has to go through the Congress in the state. They have to somehow pass it. They have to go through the House. It has to go through the governor, has to sign in the law. Then it has to go into effect. And then you have to have somebody enforce the law. I mean, these people they make me infuriated, especially when they try to say that thoughts and prayers don't matter. Well, maybe the thoughts and prayers is what have prevented this nut job from shooting the school up a long time ago, or doing more than one school shooting at a time, or the fact that there's 400 million guns and there's not a murder every 20 seconds in this country. Maybe our thoughts and prayers and our prayers to God to protect us have been effective. And I just.
But see, we can't. Y'all hear this? This is so crazy, bro. Because when there's a white mass shooter, right? They say, how do we know there couldn't have been more mass shootings? Our thoughts and prayers have been working. So when it come to white mass shootings, let's just keep sending out thoughts and prayers, but let's not send a National Guard and police, though. But when it come to black on black crime, let's just build more prisons and send more police in. Not no thoughts and prayers now.
See,
now
that's
that's
backwards,
that's crazy.
Because all the troops, let's say if he sent troops to Minnesota, it would have been prevented. But they send in troops where troops are not needed, where crime is down, just to undermine the mayor and the governor of these various areas, to deem them incompetent, and it's backfiring. You're sending people over here, but you need them over here, and he's looking real stupid
because
trying to clean up things now.
I was wondering, like a couple of folks, right, from Baltimore, from these different places they sent in the National Guard, and you was the first person to point this out, I think, Nasir. You was like, bro, the crazy thing is like crime actually going down in those areas. And then some hit me like, you know what? Trump is such an evil motherfucker. He's going to try to take those black mayors credit for bringing crime down. And send, because you know you can't bring crime down in 2 weeks. These black mayors been bringing that crime down before you showed up, and he gonna go in there for 2 weeks and take all the credit, bro. That's really fucked up, man.
The governor, they got a young brother that's the governor of Maryland.
Oh,
and
come on, man.
Yeah, he's real active, and especially in the areas where our people are at. You know what I'm saying? And Baltimore got a young black mayor. And both of them are active, very active and they brought crime down in the state of Maryland. But Donald Trump wants to take the credit for the crime going down.
They also if something pops off, they want to take all the veterans off the street, so you ain't got no backup with them.
Bro. But I'm gonna show you what's so evil about what Trump doing. Because he is trying to take the credit from these black cities that's doing something about the black on black crime that these far right wingers, because Trump and them like to call it out. Now, when you tell me crime going down and that's when he sent a National Guard versus when crime was up, you didn't come try to help us, that's sinister. And you know what's so crazy about it? Trump trying to take credit for bringing crime down in these black cities when he letting out the trap rappers and drill rappers. He freeing them.
Yep.
So he letting the criminals out while trying to actually act like he bring. Bro, this shit's crazy.
Everything they doing is double standard. Everything they doing is double standard. Even that guy that just got knocked off, he was coming out making some good points one time about the colleges shouldn't cost anything.
Oh, hell yeah. All of the white supremacists make good points. Yeah. They got to do that to gain the black. Why would you think black people would support some of these folks that's anti? They're like, they don't even think you... Bro, should I play some of the clips of Charlie Kirk going in on Negroes for y'all? We got to revisit. It's triggering. That's why I won't do it.
Did you play that one where you said he had said that quote that was opposing that you had for Malcolm that could oppose what you said? Okay, remember you said you had Malcolm had something that rebuttal exactly what he said?
Mm-hmm. He got a debate of him debating this young man about the status of black people in America. Can we go back and look at like the history of race relations and see how it put us at the bottom? He was like, get over the past, man. Black people can't be blaming what happened in the past. Like, hey, everyone else overcame it. Get over it, NIGG. That's his sentiment.
But bro, Sanchez,
Yeah.
they don't have that sentiment when Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur come every damn year. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is when they say remember, we're the only one that are told to just forget it. But Jewish people remember, and they're gonna make you remember. They are the they cornered the market when it comes to like sympathy. They cornered the market when it comes to that.
And not only that, but when they say that where money gonna come from black people to get reparations, look, ever since we've been in the bed with Israel, we've paid them over $100 trillion. I ain't say billion.
Exactly.
I said
Bro,
trillion.
Bro, we haven't had a surplus since Bill Clinton was the president. Israel has a surplus, and it's because of us.
Israel got a surplus and America don't. But Israel is getting aid from us when we should be getting aid from Israel at this point. It's almost like Israel is like a private bank where we can take the public tax dollars from America and launder it into this other thing called Israel and extract the wealth clean from Americans. Because that's literally what's going on.
The Federal Reserve is owned by those people. It's not the Federal Reserve is not a United States entity. It's owned by
America. They turned America into a third world country. That's what they're doing. They're draining the money out. Ukraine getting all of it.
And people like this guy right here, look, and your Anthony Bryan Logans, it's so many black guys that have bought into the MAGA, this whole Zionist agenda, and bro, they worse than the white man because they are literally saying everything that Charlie Kirk saying, but a black person will hear it from them, follow it from them. Yeah.
They are string puppets and hand puppets. They're both
blackface.
String puppets, hand puppets. The moves they make and what they're saying.
They got books written on how these people was gonna buy out black leaders.
Bro, if when you get a chance, there's a book called The Tavistock Institute. It tells us all of that, bro. I had the book like 30 years.
See, and there's facts. I'm writing it down now. Yeah, Tavistock, because I know you on the book game. Yeah,
they plan, bro. They plan like 100, at least 100 years in advance. That's how they plan, bro.
And it could be a case the guy was worth more dead than alive, the same like Michael Jackson, because we know it's a psyops, innit?
You know what's crazy, bro? I'm gonna tell you something right now. That may be true, but it don't change the fact that the poor white, far right white people have misdirected hate toward blacks because a black man didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
But let me tell you, bro, a lot of people, you can tell that they share the sympathy. I'm not the sympathy, the sentiment that's put in them, because if you think that there's a place for us and you can put us in that place, you fell for whatever agenda they have. Because if Amy Goodman can call the cops and say, I'm going to call the cops and say you're attacking me, all because she was checked in a park, or people stopping brothers just from walking through their town, that means that's a form of cracking the whip, bro. They don't have a literal whip, but to put people in their place, in particular our people, they can just pick the phone up and say, I got a nigga walking through my neighborhood. He looks suspicious. It's on some George Zimmerman shit. So a lot of our people, we really don't pay attention to our surroundings and how some of these people behave. They exercise. They got $1 million. I'm gonna say it like this: they got $1 million worth of whiteness if they want to use it. Some of them don't, but when the time comes, they'll use it.
Only the wealthy guys can do that. But they got people that living in Missouri and white people that's slums. Like they really don't. They on meth.
That's true.
They ain't got no. They were. They. I'm telling you, they all bad. Bro.
That's true. But if when it comes to us versus them, they got $1 million worth of whiteness.
Yo, can I share something with y'all real quick, right? Let me see if I can find this shit real quick first. Hold on. Y'all ever heard of Ringo TV? You ever heard of this guy?
That's not familiar.
All right. So one thing we gotta keep in mind with Ringo TV, right? He coming out really going in on black people who mocking Charlie Kirk's death. He's like a little mini Brandon Tatum. But the thing about him that I don't get, bro, I'm finna play something for y'all that's gonna trip y'all to hell out real quick. Hold on, because I can't repeat this. Somebody sent me this because he was an ex-Hebrew Israelite, but the only thing he still agree with the Hebrews is that when a girl is old enough to bleed, she's old enough to touch. And I said, that's some sick stuff, bro. Because girls can be bleeding at 11, man.
That's sick.
And somebody asked him that. They was like, well, let me see. I think here go the video right here. And what my thing about him, before I even debate him about Charlie Kirk, bro, I gotta debate you about this. It's okay for grown men to be with 11-year-olds, and he will really debate you on it. Like, bro, you wrong. Guess what this man said? He said R. Kelly. Listen, bro. This man said R. Kelly one of the realest niggas in history, and people don't understand. And he got a whole video saying R. Kelly know what's up because this is in the Bible about when a girl is grown enough to be. Bro, let me play this for y'all real quick. I ain't making this up. We got niggas like this and fuck debating you about Charlie Kirk. We need to talk about this right here, bro. Hold on.
Indeed.
Listen at this.
But you don't know how to find virgins? Virgins, you have to find them when they're young. You have to find them before they get. In order to do that, you got to pretty much talk to women. They're all over the place. You see young ladies every day. Problem is, you are scared of the system. You scared. And, let me bring up R. Kelly.
Mind you, he said y'all can find virgins and young women that ain't been touched, but y'all scared of the system. And what he mean by that is, you gonna go to jail if you dealing with an underage girl. So if Ringo is saying y'all scared of the system, what is he saying about himself? He ain't scared of that shit. Hold on, this is crazy. Hold on.
But you don't know how to find virgins? Virgins, you have to find them when they're young. You have to find them before they get. In order to do that, you got to pretty much talk to women. They're all over the place. You see young ladies every day. Problem is, you are scared of the system. You scared. And, let me bring up R. Kelly into this. A lot of times, people are calling R. Kelly pedophile, R. Kelly this. R. Kelly's a G. I'm keeping it a buck. R. Kelly is one of the realest dudes that are out there when it comes to dealing with women, just kind of just doing what we want. But at the end of the day, R. Kelly is one of the realest dudes out there when it comes to dealing with women. He keeping shit a buck. You can call him a pet. I don't think R. Kelly's a pet. Well, a girl can get her period at age 11. Yes, she's a woman now. I said,
did y'all hear this?
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
That's sick.
Ain't no way. Who interviewing him? Let him get away with saying that. Anyway, he must have been on the internet. He must have been.
And bro, they need, bro. Tell me why. Listen to this though. He got a following. So now I gotta question all of the dudes too. Like that's scary, bro. Watch y'all kids. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think that should be, if you're gonna debate him, brother, you need to step to him about that, bro.
Facts.
First and foremost.
We can get to Charlie Kirk later dealing with you, my man.
Yeah, we gotta step to him about that first.
We gotta talk about this
he
first.
He talking like he confident with it, like he know he can. You see what I'm saying? He wants smoke. He sound like
he's confident. Like, bro, if a girl is so confident that if she's 11, she's good to go. What?
That's crazy,
bro. What? And like he's like, let's debate about it. R. Kelly, a real one, nigga. Like, what? Hold on, bro.
Man, what city he in, man?
Bro.
Ain't no way that man said that like that, confident like that.
And ready to debate you about it. Yes, I said it. If she's 11, she can go. Bro, really? Man, stop talking like that, dog.
Dude said if you into it with a woman and she decide that she don't want, she wants you don't want to go through with it, it's teasing you and you don't have to stop. Charlie Kirk said that.
Because Trump said, hey, grab him by the...
Yeah.
But remember now, Trump partied all the time with Diddy and Epstein, which lets you know he ain't no stranger to taking no poo nanny. So for Charlie Kirk to say, if a woman playing with you and don't want to give it up and you take it, it's okay. That's that far right male red pill shit that them niggas be on. That's what I'm telling you.
And you know, and there's a lot of weird things that goes on between he and his daughter. He calling his daughter hot. If she wasn't my daughter, I'll date her. And man, it's weird, bro.
Yeah,
man, where that dude at just now? You just brought up, man. He can't get away, though. Who is that dude, man?
Where he at?
I should have played this video for Redden. He want to fire Ringo and shit now. Let the authorities deal with it, man. Look, I ain't want to get.
Ain't no way
bro. Listen, we gotta just realize it's some sick brothers among us. Watch your daughters, your kids. You can't put your hands on these niggas. Let the police do. I know that shit's triggering though. But yeah, it's a lot. Hey, bro, he ain't alone. It's a lot of niggas like that. And guess what? I don't like that they use the Bible to justify it. You know what I'm saying?
We talked about that one time, Sanchez. We talked about that same thing. I said I can't rock with somebody where they say in the Bible where it said, as soon as you get your period, you see what I'm saying? You're a woman. Like, what is you talking about? That's a child.
But here's how you know they sick. If you ask a Hebrew, do we still got to do blood sacrifices to remove sins? They'll say, no, we don't live in the old days, in the biblical days no more, but they still want to act like we still, because listen what I'm telling you, bro. Just hear me out for 1 minute. If you ask a Hebrew, right, do we still got to practice all the old ways in the Bible? They'll say no. We don't got to do blood sacrifices no more and none of the old stuff. We don't got to eat of Jesus' real flesh. We can use a cracker. They'll say it's symbolic. That's the old days. The only thing they say we can still do from the old days is touch little girls. Think about that.
Ain't no way, man.
Because it is in the Bible. Now listen, it is in the Bible that they was doing. If you look at the Bible, right? But if you talk to them about how much of the old traditions we practice, I'm telling you, they will tell you almost none of it, but they will debate you on that. But if she 11, no. Bro, now you using the Bible to like, you're sick, bro. Like, that's all I'm going to say. Just to let that sink in and I'm falling back. That's the point I'm making. Practice all the old shit. Let's drink goat blood. Let's sacrifice our kids and shit. Let's go all. See what I'm saying? So you got a lot of the Bible call them the synagogue of Satan. There's a lot of faiths out here in churches that are really patriarchal cults and ain't really following the way of Christ.
Bro, Sanchez, I appreciate you allowing me up, brother. I have to, get some rest, brother.
For sure, man. Because, hey, I'm going to follow right behind you on that note because I was letting y'all go the whole while I stepped away. So peace and love, man.
I appreciate it.
That's my cue. Right. Appreciate y'all too. I'm gonna use
Peace and
that
love,
as a
bro.
cue
All
for
right,
me
man.
to go.
Hey,
And
hey, hold
appreciate
on.
the
What's your man
support.
name again?
Oh, you can look him up. It's Ringo TV Reactions.
All right.
And
All
salutes
right.
to everybody who supported the show, and once again to the panel. See y'all on the next one. Peace and love.
Salute.
Peace and love.
Show. D-Dub, thank you for the super chats, man. I'm gonna read them. He said, hold on. First of all, let me read Marlon's super chat too. He said, my humble opinion, the fall guy and the fam took the money. He says that said for an all-pro hit, the small hats will snipe babies. They will get the MAGA crew riled up to take the spotlight off the Gen No side. Got you. Then he sent another one. He said, okay, I read that one. And then D-Dub, thank you for the super chat. He said, they looking at Charlie Kirk like the man who gave his life for white people to kick off the race war. Almost like a Jesus Messiah type leading back to manifest destiny. Facts. And say it's crazy Stephen A says he will never get the image out of his head like he actually watched it live. Oh yeah. Thank you all for the super chats. Yeah, Stephen A. Yeah, you know they want to really make it more dramatic, like it's a personal experience of theirs. Candace Owens too, crying on camera, right? Making sure it's on camera. But yeah, salutes to y'all. We